Imagine standing on the edge of a cliff, staring out at a restless ocean as the sun dips below the horizon. Waves crash like ancient drums, echoing across time, whispering secrets humanity has long forgotten. Beneath that vast expanse of water, hidden under miles of shifting sands and crushing pressure, could lie the ruins of the greatest mystery of all time, Atlantis. For centuries, this single word has haunted explorers, baffled historians, and ignited the imagination of every generation that has heard it. Was it real, or was it nothing more than a philosopher's cautionary tale? Tonight, we dive deep, not just into the ocean, but into the heart of a riddle that could rewrite everything we think we know about our past. Plato, the ancient Greek philosopher, was the first to speak of this fabled civilization over 2,000 years ago. He described a powerful, technologically advanced island nation, a place of incredible wealth and innovation, that vanished in a single day and night of misfortune. For most of history, his words have been dismissed as allegory, a parable about hubris and moral decay. But what if they were more than just a story? What if Plato was describing a real place, a real event, and a real catastrophe that took place 12,000 years ago? If so, then somewhere beneath the waves lies the truth, and perhaps the bones of a lost chapter of human civilization. In the last few decades, science has given us tools Plato could never have imagined. High-resolution sonar scans, satellite imagery capable of peering through shallow waters, and deep-sea drones have uncovered strange patterns and structures on the ocean floor, geometric formations, massive stone blocks, even what appears to be the remains of ancient roadways. These discoveries are forcing scientists to ask difficult questions. Did a highly advanced culture exist long before our accepted timeline of history? Could humanity's true story stretch back far beyond Mesopotamia, Egypt, and Sumer, back to a forgotten golden age destroyed by forces of nature? This question is not just about a lost city. It is about us. If Atlantis existed, it would mean that humanity is far older, far more resilient, and far more advanced than we have been taught. It would mean that the rise of civilization is not a straight line of progress, but a fragile cycle, a story of creation, destruction, and rebirth that has played out more than once. And it would mean that what happened to Atlantis could happen again. The search for Atlantis has always been more than an academic pursuit. It is a quest that touches something primal within us. There is a deep yearning to know if we have forgotten who we once were, if we have lost not only cities but knowledge, technology, and wisdom that could transform our future. What secrets might those ruins hold? Ancient energy systems, records of the stars, the story of a catastrophe that nearly wiped humanity from the earth. Every discovery made beneath the waves brings us closer to answers, but also raises new questions, new controversies, and new dangers for those daring to reveal them. In this investigation, we will peel back the layers of time, examining evidence from ancient maps that should not exist to submerged megaliths that defy explanation. We will explore catastrophic events that could have drowned entire continents and speak with scientists and researchers who are risking their reputations to tell the world what they have found. We will look at genetic clues that hint at displaced survivors spreading across the globe and dive into myths, legends, and esoteric teachings that may preserve the memory of Atlantis in symbolic form. And we will face the skeptics head-on, weighing their arguments as we decide for ourselves what is myth, what is science, and what is being deliberately hidden. This is not just history. This is a detective story on a planetary scale. Each clue we uncover will bring us closer to the truth, but also deeper into the mystery. And by the time we reach the end, you may find yourself questioning not only where Atlantis was, but why its memory was buried, and what it means for the future of humanity. Because if Atlantis truly existed, and if it was destroyed by a natural disaster, then we may not just be looking into the past. We may be looking into a mirror, one that reflects a warning for us today. So sit back, clear your mind, and prepare to dive. Tonight, we go on a journey through time, through myth, and through the deepest waters on Earth in search of a city that may hold the key to our forgotten origins. What you are about to see could challenge your beliefs, shock you with the scope of what has been lost, and ignite a fire that will keep you thinking long after the final frame. The ocean has kept its secrets for 12,000 years, but perhaps not much longer. The question is simple: what lies beneath? The answer, as you're about to discover, may change everything. To truly understand the enigma of Atlantis, we must start where the story itself began, with one of history's greatest philosophers, Plato. Around 360 BCE, Plato wrote two dialogues, Timaeus and Critias, in which he laid out, with remarkable detail, the account of a lost civilization unlike anything else in ancient literature. He was not speaking vaguely or poetically. He gave dates, geography, and descriptions of Atlantis culture, society, and its sudden downfall. He claimed this story came from Egyptian priests, passed down over thousands of years, and told to his ancestor Solon, one of the wisest men of Greece. It was not a story of gods or monsters, but of real people, a real island empire, and a real catastrophe that ended it all. Plato describes Atlantis as a great and powerful kingdom, larger than Libya and Asia Minor combined, lying beyond the Pillars of Hercules, what we now call the Strait of Gibraltar. It was a maritime empire with an advanced navy, sophisticated architecture, and vast agricultural wealth. Its capital city, he wrote, was built with concentric rings of land and water, protected by mighty walls and adorned with temples plated in orichalcum, a mysterious metal said to gleam like fire. This was not a simple village but a thriving metropolis, the crown jewel of a civilization that commanded much of the known world. But Plato's tale was not merely a celebration of Atlantis' greatness. It was a warning. According to him, the Atlanteans became corrupt, arrogant, and power-hungry, seeking to dominate the Mediterranean and beyond. Their hubris angered the gods, and in response, the island was struck by earthquakes and floods so violent that in a single day and night, Atlantis sank beneath the sea and was lost forever. This story has gripped imaginations for over 2 millennia because it is more than a myth. It is a tragedy on a civilizational scale. A golden age, suddenly and violently extinguished. Historians have long debated how literally we should take Plato's account. Some see it as a moral allegory, a cautionary tale meant to teach lessons about pride and downfall, just as his other writings often explore moral and philosophical themes. But others argue that Plato was far too specific, far too detailed, to be inventing pure fiction. He names exact measurements, the size of the island, the arrangement of its harbors, even the layout of its temples. He places the destruction at approximately 9,000 years before Solon's time, which would put the event around 11,600 years ago, eerily close to the end of the last ice age, when sea levels were rising dramatically around the world. The fact that Plato attributes this knowledge to Egyptian priests is especially compelling. Egypt was, even in Plato's day, an ancient civilization with records stretching back thousands of years. If the Egyptians preserved the memory of a catastrophic event that destroyed a mighty island nation, it suggests the story could be rooted in real history. In fact, many researchers believe that the Egyptians inherited even older knowledge from a forgotten precursor civilization, perhaps the very survivors of Atlantis themselves. If this is true, then Plato may have been recording the final echo of a story that was already ancient when the pyramids were young. What makes Plato's story even more fascinating is that it is incomplete. The dialogue Critias breaks off mid-sentence, as if Plato died before finishing it, leaving us with a tantalizing fragment of the tale. Was this deliberate? Was he planning to reveal even more shocking details about Atlantis technology, culture, and fate? Or did he say all that he needed to say, leaving future generations to puzzle out the rest? This unfinished quality has fueled centuries of speculation, as seekers of Atlantis try to reconstruct what Plato might have intended. Over time, Atlantis has become a symbol of both possibility and loss. The idea that humanity may have once achieved greatness far beyond what we imagine, only to see it wiped from the earth. Philosophers, explorers, and mystics from the Renaissance to the modern day have pored over Plato's words, trying to decode the riddle. Some have placed Atlantis in the Atlantic Ocean, near the Azores or Canary Islands. Others have argued for the Caribbean, Antarctica, or even deep within the Mediterranean itself. Each theory tries to reconcile Plato's clues with real-world geography and geology, a puzzle that is yet to be conclusively solved. This is where the story becomes truly magnetic. Plato gives us just enough information to believe Atlantis might be real, but not enough to find it easily. It is as though history itself has set before us a challenge, a quest to uncover what was lost. The specificity of his measurements, stadiums, stadia, rings of canals, dimensions of temples, tantalizes researchers because they hint at a place that could, theoretically, still be found. If even part of his description is accurate, then the ruins of Atlantis must lie somewhere beneath the sea, waiting for discovery. And yet, mainstream historians often wave away the story as fiction, an invention of Plato's mind to illustrate a philosophical point. But this dismissal leaves many questions unanswered. Why did he anchor the story so firmly in real geography? Why give it a precise timeline that aligns with known geological upheavals? And why did so many later cultures have eerily similar flood myths, all pointing to a great civilization lost beneath the waves? Plato's words are the spark that ignited this entire mystery. They are the foundation upon which every theory, every expedition, and every new discovery is built. His story continues to haunt our collective imagination, not because it is a simple fable, but because it feels like the memory of something real, something buried, waiting to be unearthed. As we leave Plato's dialogues behind and step into the modern era, we will follow the trail of clues that explorers, cartographers, and scientists have uncovered over centuries. If Plato left us a puzzle, then humanity has been working on it for over 2,000 years, and some believe we are closer than ever to solving it. The next chapter in this search takes us into a world of ancient maps that should not exist, charts that depict lands no one was supposed to know about, and evidence that points toward an advanced seafaring civilization long before the dawn of history. The question now is, who mapped the impossible, and could they have been Atlanteans? From the moment Plato's dialogues began circulating in the ancient world, the legend of Atlantis refused to stay confined to the pages of philosophy. It was too vivid, too provocative. People wanted to know, where was this great island empire? Could it be found? And if it could, what might lie buried there? The search for Atlantis became more than a question of philosophy. It became an obsession that has echoed through the centuries, pulling in explorers, kings, and scholars alike. In the centuries following Plato's death, ancient commentators debated the veracity of his tale. Some, like Crantor, a student of Plato's own academy, reportedly traveled to Egypt to verify the story and claimed that the priest confirmed its truth. Others dismissed it as allegory, a warning against imperial hubris. But the mere possibility that Atlantis had been real was enough to plant a seed of curiosity that would grow for generations. For philosophers, Atlantis became a metaphor for the perfect society, and its fall, a warning that even the mightiest civilizations can collapse overnight. As the Roman Empire rose and then fell, much of Greece's philosophical heritage was scattered, but the Atlantis story persisted, tucked away in manuscripts that would resurface during the European Renaissance. It was during this period that the legend truly captured the imagination of explorers. When the Age of Discovery began in the 15th and 16th centuries, European sailors were crossing oceans, charting coastlines, and encountering new lands. The possibility that one of these lands might be the fabled Atlantis was too enticing to ignore. Renaissance scholars pored over Plato's descriptions with fresh eyes, trying to match his measurements to real geography. Some pointed to the Canary Islands or the Azores, noting that they sit beyond the Pillars of Hercules, just as Plato had said. Others speculated that the recently discovered Americas could themselves be remnants of Atlantis, their indigenous civilizations perhaps descendants of a lost Atlantic race. This was not mere idle speculation. Kings and queens financed voyages in part on the hope of finding lost continents, ancient riches, and forgotten wisdom. During this time, cartographers began to produce maps that hinted at knowledge far older than their own era. The Piri Reis map of 1513, for example, appears to depict parts of the South American coastline, and possibly even Antarctica, with uncanny accuracy, long before those regions were supposedly charted. Could these maps be fragments of a knowledge system preserved since Atlantean times? For many seekers, such clues only deepen the conviction that Plato's story held truth. The obsession with Atlantis wasn't limited to scholars and sailors. Writers and thinkers began to weave the lost continent into their own works. Francis Bacon, the English philosopher and father of the scientific method, penned The New Atlantis in 1627, describing a utopian island where knowledge was pursued above all else. Though fictional, Bacon's tale captured the sense of wonder and possibility that Atlantis symbolized, a place where humanity's potential reached its zenith. The Enlightenment and subsequent centuries brought even more speculation. The rise of geology and archaeology gave researchers new tools to investigate the Earth's past. When fossils of tropical plants and animals were found in regions that were now icy and barren, some argued this was evidence of sudden, catastrophic changes in Earth's climate, changes that could have sunk a continent. The 19th century saw a proliferation of theories placing Atlantis everywhere from the Caribbean to the Arctic, each researcher convinced they were closing in on the truth. Perhaps no single figure popularized Atlantis more in the modern era than Ignatius Donnelly, whose 1882 book Atlantis, The Antediluvian World, became a sensation. Donnelly argued passionately that Atlantis was the true cradle of civilization, the source of agriculture, metallurgy, and even the myths of gods that appeared across cultures. He linked Atlantis to the Great Flood and claimed its refugees had spread knowledge worldwide after the disaster. Though mainstream academia dismissed his work, Donnelly's book inspired generations of adventurers, occultists, and pseudoscientists to take up the quest. By the early 20th century, the Atlantis craze was unstoppable. Psychics and mystics like Edgar Cayce began giving readings about the lost continent, claiming it would rise again and that great crystals of power still lay buried beneath the sea. Explorers searched the Atlantic seafloor, the Sahara Desert, and even Antarctica for ruins. Each failed expedition only seemed to heighten the mystery, convincing seekers that they were on the brink of discovery. What makes this obsession so enduring is its emotional power. Atlantis is not just a place, it is an idea. It represents both humanity's highest potential and its greatest cautionary tale. To find Atlantis is to find proof that we are part of a story much grander, much older than we have been taught. It is to confront the possibility that history as we know it is incomplete, perhaps even deliberately incomplete. And so, from the time of Plato until today, the search has continued. Kings have commissioned voyages, scientists have scanned the seabed, and dreamers have stared at maps late into the night, tracing coastlines and wondering what lies beyond the edges. The quest for Atlantis is a quest for ourselves, for the roots of human civilization, for the origin of our myths, for the moment we first rose and fell. But to solve the puzzle of Atlantis, we must follow every clue. And the next piece of evidence may lie not in books or legends, but in maps that seem to defy the very timeline of history. Maps that show lands that shouldn't be there, drawn centuries before modern discovery. Maps that whisper of an ancient memory, perhaps drawn from the very hand of Atlantis itself. If Plato's words lit the spark of the Atlantis mystery, ancient maps poured fuel onto the fire. These charts, drawn long before the modern age of exploration, seem to depict coastlines, islands, and features that should have been completely unknown to the civilizations that created them. Some even appear to show the world as it might have looked thousands of years ago, before ice-covered Antarctica, before sea levels swallowed entire continental shelves, before human memory forgot that there was once more land than sea. For those seeking Atlantis, these maps are not just curiosities. They are potential roadmaps leading to the truth. One of the most famous of these maps is the Piri Reis map of 1513. Compiled by the Ottoman admiral and cartographer Piri Reis, it is drawn on gazelle skin parchment and shows parts of Europe, Africa, and the Americas with astonishing accuracy for its time. What makes the map truly controversial, however, is its depiction of the southern Atlantic and what many believe to be the coast of Antarctica, not as an ice-covered wasteland, but as an ice-free landmass with detailed inlets, rivers, and mountains. Antarctica would not officially be discovered until 1820, and even then, its true shape would remain unknown until the 20th century. How could Piri Reis have mapped it 3 centuries earlier? Piri Reis himself claimed that his map was not entirely his own work. He said it was based on 20 charts and 8 mappae mundi, some ancient, some contemporary, and some even dating back to the time of Alexander the Great. Could he have had access to fragments of a knowledge system stretching back to prehistory? If those source maps were copies of copies, passed down through forgotten libraries, then perhaps they preserved information about coastlines as they were before the last ice age, over 10,000 years ago. If true, this would imply that some ancient civilization, perhaps Atlantis itself, had mapped the world in detail long before history officially began. And the Piri Reis map is not alone. The Orontius Phineas map of 1531 also appears to show Antarctica with remarkable accuracy, again without its thick ice cap. The rivers and mountain ranges correspond strikingly well with what modern satellite surveys have revealed beneath the ice sheet. Then there is the Bosch map of 1737, which depicts Antarctica as 2 separate landmasses divided by a channel, a feature confirmed only in the 20th century through seismic surveys. Each of these maps seems to echo the same mysterious knowledge, as though multiple sources were drawing from an even older original. Skeptics argue that these similarities could be coincidence or that the coastlines are simply distorted depictions of South America or invented guesses by creative mapmakers. Yet the level of accuracy, particularly in the interior details of Antarctica, makes such coincidence difficult to accept. When rivers drawn centuries ago match rivers discovered only in the past few decades, one has to wonder whether someone in the distant past actually saw these lands as they were, when the ice sheets had melted, when sea levels were lower, when much more of the Earth's surface was habitable. These maps raise another provocative question. If ancient mariners had charted coastlines we only rediscovered in modern times, then they must have possessed advanced navigation techniques. Accurate mapping requires knowledge of latitude and longitude, careful measurement of distances, and often astronomical observation. Such capabilities were not thought to have been developed until relatively recently in human history. Could this be evidence that a sophisticated, seafaring culture existed during the late Ice Age, one capable of global exploration and charting? If so, Plato's account of a powerful maritime empire begins to sound far less like allegory and more like memory. For Atlantis researchers, these maps are invaluable clues. Some theorize that they could point toward locations of now submerged lands that may have been centers of population, perhaps even the capital city of Atlantis itself. The area around the mid-Atlantic ridge, the Azores, and other shallow seamounts has been carefully studied by enthusiasts searching for rectangular structures or geometric patterns hidden under the ocean floor. Could these maps have been guiding humanity back to its lost heritage for centuries, hidden in plain sight on the walls of museums and archives? Even beyond Atlantis, the implications of these maps are staggering. They suggest that human history is far older and far more complex than we have been taught. If knowledge survived from a prehistoric civilization through the Great Floods, then that knowledge could have been passed to the Egyptians, the Sumerians, and other early cultures that appear to have sprung into existence suddenly and fully formed. This could explain the uncanny architectural similarities between civilizations separated by oceans, the pyramids of Egypt and Mesoamerica, the megaliths of Europe and Asia, and the precise astronomical alignments shared across the globe. But perhaps the most chilling implication of these maps is what they might be telling us about the fate of such a civilization. If these coastlines were mapped when sea levels were lower, then whoever mapped them lived in a world very different from ours, a world on the brink of catastrophe. When the last ice age ended, glacier melted, sea levels rose by more than 300 feet, and entire continental shelves vanished underwater. If Atlantis was real, this was likely the moment it disappeared. The maps, then, may be the last surviving memory of a world that no longer exists, a world swallowed by the ocean in a geologic instant. And so, these maps serve as both clue and warning. They invite us to search deeper, to look beyond what we think we know about human history. They tease us with glimpses of a forgotten age, daring us to imagine what else might be hidden under the waves. If fragments of this knowledge survive through thousands of years, perhaps other fragments still exist, in ruins buried beneath the sea, in stone structures built on coasts that are now submerged, in the oral traditions of peoples who remember a great flood that changed everything. As we move forward in our investigation, we will leave the parchment and ink of these ancient maps and dive into the physical evidence, the ruins themselves. Across the globe, strange stone formations lie in shallow waters and deep trenches, waiting to tell their story. Some resemble harbors, roads, and pyramids. Others defy classification altogether. The next step in our journey is to examine these underwater sites and ask the question that has haunted explorers for centuries. Are we looking at the shattered remnants of Atlantis? If the ancient maps hint that there was once more land above the waves, then the myths of a great flood whisper about how and why those lands disappeared. Across nearly every culture on Earth, from the icy tundras of Siberia to the deserts of Australia, there are stories of a time when the world was drowned. These tales speak of angry gods, massive rains, rising seas, and entire civilizations swept away in a single cataclysm. Could these flood myths be more than just symbolic cautionary tales? Could they be fragmented memories of the same real event, the very disaster that destroyed Atlantis? The most famous of these is, of course, the biblical story of Noah's flood. In the book of Genesis, humanity becomes corrupt, and God decides to wipe the slate clean with a great deluge. Noah, chosen for his righteousness, is commanded to build an ark, gather the animals, and survive as the waters rise to cover the entire earth. After the flood, the ark comes to rest on a mountain, and humanity begins anew. For centuries, theologians have debated whether this event was literal or metaphorical, but the idea of a world-destroying flood is hardly unique to the Bible. Long before Genesis was written, the Sumerians recorded a strikingly similar story in the Epic of Gilgamesh. In this version, a man named Utnapishtim is warned by the gods to build a boat to survive an oncoming flood meant to wipe out humanity. The parallels to Noah's story are unmistakable, so much so that many scholars believe the biblical account was directly inspired by this earlier Mesopotamian tale. If we step back even further, we find that flood narratives appear in ancient Babylonian, Akkadian, and even Indian texts, suggesting that this was a shared memory across multiple cultures. But the pattern doesn't stop in the Near East. In the Americas, the Aztecs spoke of a great flood that destroyed the fourth age of the world, leaving only 2 survivors who took refuge inside a hollow tree. The Hopi and Zuni tribes tell of their ancestors escaping a world-destroying deluge by climbing into the safety of mountains or caves. The ancient Maya believed that the previous world was destroyed by water, and they recorded this in their codices long before European contact. In Asia, Chinese mythology speaks of the Great Hu, a hero who drained the floodwaters that once threatened to wipe out all life. In India, the story of Manu describes the first man being warned by a fish, an avatar of the god Vishnu, to build a boat and survive a great flood. Even in the remote islands of Polynesia, oral traditions recall a time when the ocean rose and swallowed entire homelands, forcing survivors to migrate across the seas. This astonishing global consistency suggests something more profound than coincidence. Could it be that these legends are humanity's cultural memory of a real geological event, a time when massive flooding changed the face of the planet? If we look to science, we find that such an event is not only possible but likely. At the end of the last ice age, roughly 11,600 years ago, global temperatures rose dramatically. This triggered the melting of the vast ice sheets covering North America, Europe, and Asia, leading to what geologists call meltwater pulse 1b. Sea levels rose rapidly, in some cases by as much as 10 to 20 meters within a few centuries, enough to submerge entire coastal plains and wipe out any settlements that once existed there. Imagine what this would have meant for the people of that era. Coastal cities, fertile river valleys, and trading ports would have been swallowed. Survivors would have fled inland, carrying with them stories of the waters that came without mercy, of gods or skyfires that brought destruction, of a world that ended. To them, it would not have been a slow geological process. It would have been the end of everything they knew. These memories, passed down orally for thousands of years, may have been the seeds that eventually became the myths we know today. Plato's timeline for Atlantis' destruction, roughly 9,000 years before Solon, or about 11,600 years ago, matches perfectly with the end of the Younger Dryas period, a time of sudden climate upheaval and rapid sea level rise. If Atlantis was a real island civilization, its people would have experienced the ocean swallowing their world. The description of Atlantis sinking in a single day and night of misfortune may not be literally a 24-hour event but could poetically describe a sudden and catastrophic change within living memory. Skeptics argue that flood myths are a natural product of human imagination, that early agricultural societies were so dependent on rivers that seasonal floods left a psychological imprint, giving rise to mythic exaggerations. While this is plausible for individual stories, the sheer global scale of flood myths, from Australia's Aboriginal Dreamtime stories to Norse legends of the god Ymir's blood drowning the earth, suggests something much larger at play. Cultures separated by oceans and millennia do not usually invent the same story by chance. Moreover, the details often go beyond simple flooding. Many myths mention celestial events, strange lights in the sky, thunderous noises, fire before water, which some researchers link to possible comet impacts or massive volcanic eruptions that triggered rapid climate change. If such an event struck the Earth and caused the collapse of ice sheets or the destabilization of massive glacial lakes, it could have unleashed walls of water that would have seemed apocalyptic to ancient witnesses. For seekers of Atlantis, these myths are not merely stories but testimonies from the deep past. They form a chorus, each voice echoing the same tragedy: a world destroyed, a few survivors left to rebuild, and a warning to future generations. These survivors may have been the ones who spread across the world, bringing with them fragments of their lost knowledge, the seeds of agriculture, architecture, and astronomy that appear so suddenly in the archaeological record. As we connect these threads, a picture begins to emerge, one of a global catastrophe remembered everywhere, one that may have erased a chapter of human civilization from the record. If this is true, then the search for Atlantis is not just about finding a single city. It is about uncovering the entire lost world that vanished with it. In the next section, we will confront the skeptics head-on. Mainstream archaeology often dismisses Atlantis as pure myth, but with these flood legends and the mounting geological evidence, that stance may no longer be so secure. The battle between legend and science is intensifying, and the next discoveries may finally tilt the balance. For centuries, Atlantis has occupied a peculiar space between myth and history. While explorers, mystics, and adventurers have chased its shadow across the globe, the academic world has often stood firm. Atlantis, they say, is nothing more than a story. To many mainstream archaeologists and historians, Plato's tale was never meant to be taken literally. It was a parable, a moral warning about hubris, imperialism, and the inevitable downfall of corrupt societies. This dismissal is not born purely of skepticism. It is rooted in a commitment to evidence, a demand for physical proof before rewriting the timeline of human civilization. Archaeology, as a science, depends on tangible artifacts, ruins, tools, inscriptions, bones, and datable materials that can be analyzed and cataloged. The problem with Atlantis is that no universally accepted ruins have ever been found. There is no ancient city, no confirmed inscriptions, no definitive remains of this alleged empire. To most scholars, this absence speaks louder than all of Plato's words. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, they argue, and so far, Atlantis has provided only extraordinary speculation. Plato's story, they point out, is unique in ancient literature. No other Greek writer before him mentions Atlantis. Herodotus, known as the father of history, makes no reference to it, even though he wrote extensively about Egypt and its priests. To skeptics, this suggests that Plato invented the story whole cloth, perhaps to dramatize his philosophical points about the ideal society. In Timaeus and Critias, he places Atlantis as the antagonist, a once virtuous nation that became corrupt and sought to conquer the known world, only to be punished by the gods. The narrative mirrors his political philosophy, that societies which lose their moral compass are doomed to fall. Furthermore, scholars argue that Plato was writing during a time when Athens was still recovering from the devastation of the Peloponnesian War. His story may have been a reflection of Athens' own rise and fall, a way to teach his contemporaries about the dangers of pride and the necessity of justice. In this interpretation, Atlantis was never meant to be a historical record, but a thought experiment, a cautionary myth disguised as history. Mainstream geology also weighs in on the debate. The idea that an entire continent or massive island sank into the ocean in a single day and night is geologically problematic. Continents do not simply sink. Plate tectonics moves landmasses slowly over millions of years. While earthquakes and tsunamis can devastate coastlines, the sudden disappearance of a landmass the size Plato describes would leave unmistakable geological scars. So far, no such evidence has been conclusively found on the ocean floor. And yet, this hardline skepticism has not silenced the mystery. If anything, it has fueled it. Each time scientists dismiss Atlantis as fantasy, seekers redouble their efforts, looking for that one discovery that will overturn the consensus. Part of the tension comes from the nature of archaeology itself, a field where new discoveries can, and frequently do, rewrite what was previously considered settled history. The city of Troy, once believed to be a Homeric myth, was uncovered in the 19th century. The ruins of Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, over 11,000 years old, shocked archaeologists by proving that complex megalithic architecture existed millennia earlier than anyone thought possible. If Troy and Göbekli Tepe could rewrite history, could Atlantis do the same? Some archaeologists acknowledge this possibility, cautiously leaving the door open. They argue that while there is no hard evidence for Atlantis yet, the idea that advanced human cultures existed earlier than we think is no longer entirely implausible. The rapid rise of civilization after the Ice Age, the sudden appearance of agriculture, monumental architecture, and writing systems all suggest there may have been precursors we have yet to discover. If such a culture were coastal and its cities were inundated by rising seas, the evidence could still lie hidden under hundreds of feet of water. This is where modern technology begins to challenge the skeptic's position. With sonar mapping, satellite imaging, and underwater drones revealing more of the seafloor than ever before, anomalies are beginning to appear. Geometric patterns, massive stone structures, and possible man-made formations that are forcing even cautious scientists to take notice. These discoveries do not yet amount to proof, but they hint that something significant may be waiting to be found. And here lies the heart of the conflict. Science demands evidence, while the legend of Atlantis demands faith, or at least curiosity, to keep searching. It is a delicate balance between skepticism and open-mindedness. Some researchers warn against the dangers of confirmation bias, of seeing what we want to see in random rock formations. Others argue that refusing to look at all is just as dangerous, closing the door on potentially revolutionary findings. The clash between science and legend is more than an intellectual debate. It is a drama unfolding in real time. On one side stand those who insist that until Atlantis is dug up, it remains a myth. On the other stand explorers, independent researchers, and even a handful of renegade academics who believe that the evidence is slowly mounting, that the story Plato told was grounded in fact. Somewhere between these two extremes may lie the truth. As the skepticism builds, so does the tension. The legend refuses to die, and the evidence, though elusive, continues to surface in tantalizing fragments. To move forward, we must now dive into the ocean itself, where the most compelling clues are found not in libraries, but on the seafloor. There, in the darkness, lies the next chapter of our investigation, one that may finally reveal whether science or legend will have the last word. If the debate between skeptics and believers has raged for centuries on land, the next great frontier in the search for Atlantis lies beneath the sea. For most of human history, the ocean floor was a realm of total mystery, dark, unreachable, and hostile to exploration. But in the last few decades, technology has given us new eyes to pierce the depths. What we are beginning to see down there is nothing short of astonishing. For the first time in history, we have the ability to systematically search for the ruins of a lost civilization, if they exist, hidden under miles of water. The turning point came with the advent of sonar mapping in the mid-20th century. Using sound waves, scientists could create detailed maps of the seafloor, revealing mountains, valleys, ridges, and trenches that were previously invisible. What they discovered was that the ocean floor is not flat but incredibly dynamic, with features as dramatic as any found on land. These discoveries transformed our understanding of plate tectonics and the movement of continents, and they also opened up new possibilities for locating submerged archaeological sites. In the last 2 decades, sonar technology has become even more precise. Multi-beam sonar systems can sweep vast areas of the seabed, creating 3-dimensional images with astonishing resolution. This allows researchers to spot geometric patterns, straight lines, and rectangular shapes that could indicate man-made structures. When combined with satellite altimetry, which uses tiny changes in sea surface height to detect large objects or formations below, we are beginning to assemble a nearly complete picture of Earth's drowned landscapes. One of the most exciting developments in this field is the use of autonomous underwater vehicles, AUVs, and remotely operated vehicles, ROVs. These robotic explorers can dive to depths far beyond the reach of human divers, carrying cameras, lasers, and even sample collecting tools. They glide silently across the seabed, scanning for anomalies and capturing high-definition footage of anything unusual. Some expeditions have reported discovering formations that look uncannily like roads, walls, and even pyramids, though whether these are natural or artificial remains a matter of debate. Satellite imagery has also revolutionized the hunt. In certain shallow regions, high-resolution satellites can actually see through clear water to the seabed, revealing ancient riverbeds, harbor structures, and possible city grids. In 2012, for example, researchers using Google Earth spotted strange rectangular patterns off the coast of Africa that sparked speculation of a submerged city. Although later studies suggested they might have been artifacts of sonar stitching, the excitement demonstrated how powerful this new tool can be in rallying public interest. The oceans themselves are becoming more accessible thanks to commercial ventures. Companies involved in undersea cable laying, oil exploration, and deep-sea mining are mapping vast areas of the seabed for industrial purposes. Sometimes, these surveys accidentally reveal features that catch the attention of archaeologists. In some cases, enormous blocks or geometric shapes have been spotted hundreds of meters below the surface, anomalies that have yet to be fully explained. Yet despite these advances, we have mapped less than 25% of the ocean floor in detail. This means that more than 3/4 of our planet's underwater surface remains largely unexplored. Imagine how many ruins, shipwrecks, and entire landscapes could still be hidden out there. If Atlantis was real, the odds are good that its remains lie in one of these unmapped regions, waiting to be discovered by the next expedition. This technological revolution is also helping us understand what to look for. Archaeologists have begun studying known submerged sites, like Dwarka off the coast of India, or the prehistoric village of Pavlopetri in Greece, to learn how human structures appear after thousands of years underwater. Over time, cities collapse, are buried by sediment, and may be colonized by marine life, making them harder to recognize. By comparing sonar images with these known examples, researchers can better distinguish between natural rock formations and genuine ruins. Another breakthrough has been the use of sub-bottom profiling, a technique that penetrates layers of sediment to reveal structures buried beneath. This means that even sites completely covered by mud or sand can potentially be detected and excavated. Combined with 3D reconstruction technology, scientists can now create virtual models of what these ruins might have looked like before they were submerged, a powerful tool for both research and public engagement. What makes this stage of the hunt so compelling is that we are no longer dealing purely in speculation. We have the tools to gather hard data, to photograph and measure the very places that have haunted our imagination for centuries. Every new anomaly found at the bottom of the ocean brings us closer to either confirming or disproving Plato's tale. The stakes are high. The discovery of Atlantis would be the most significant archaeological find in history, rewriting everything we know about human civilization. Of course, these technological tools also demand careful interpretation. Not every straight line or rectangular pattern is evidence of a lost city. Nature can create surprisingly geometric shapes. Basalt columns, fault lines, and even coral reefs can mimic human architecture. This is why archaeologists stress the importance of corroborating sonar images with physical investigation and dating techniques. Until artifacts are retrieved and analyzed, we must remain cautious. Nevertheless, the momentum is undeniable. Each year, new expeditions set out armed with better technology, covering more territory, scanning deeper, and capturing higher resolution images. From the Mid-Atlantic Ridge to the Caribbean, from the Mediterranean Basin to the South China Sea, Humanity is probing the depths with unprecedented precision. The ocean is slowly giving up its secrets. As we stand on the edge of this new age of discovery, one thing becomes clear. If Atlantis existed, we now have the means to find it. The only question is whether we are ready for what we might uncover. Because finding Atlantis would not just be a scientific triumph, it will be a cultural earthquake, forcing us to confront the possibility that our timeline of history is incomplete, that we are the survivors of a forgotten chapter of human civilization. With the technology in place and the ocean floor yielding clues, we must now look at specific sites that have captured the world's attention. Some of these places have sparked fierce debate, inspiring countless theories. Chief among them is a site that has fascinated researchers for decades, a strange formation lying just off the coast of the Bahamas, known as the Bimini Road. Is it a natural feature or man-made remnant of a vanished world? The next step in our investigation takes us there. Just 50 miles off the coast of Miami, in the turquoise waters of the Bahamas, lies one of the most controversial underwater sites ever discovered, a formation known as the Bimini Road. Stretching for nearly half a mile, this strange alignment of massive, rectangular stones has captivated researchers, divers, and dreamers for decades. To some, it is nothing more than a natural beach rock formation sculpted by geological forces. To others, it is a remnant of a man-made harbor or roadway, perhaps the last surviving evidence of Atlantis itself. The Bimini Road was first brought to public attention in 1968 when a team of divers exploring the shallow waters off North Bimini Island stumbled upon a series of enormous stones lying in a no-perfect linear arrangement. The blocks are huge, some measuring 12 feet long and weighing several tons, and they appear to be deliberately placed, forming what looks like a pathway or seawall. At first glance, it is hard not to see the pattern as intentional, as though some ancient civilization built a causeway into the sea. Adding to the intrigue, the discovery came just as interest in Atlantis was reaching a fever pitch. The American psychic Edgar Cayce, often called the Sleeping Prophet, had predicted decades earlier that parts of Atlantis would rise again near Bimini in the late 1960s. When the stones were found, many took this as a fulfillment of his prophecy. Newspapers and magazines picked up the story, and soon the Bimini Road was being called the smoking gun, the first physical evidence of a lost civilization beneath the Atlantic. Archaeologists, however, were quick to weigh in. Studies of the stones revealed that they are composed of local beach rock, a type of limestone formed by the cementation of sand and shell fragments. Geological processes can fracture beach rock into large, rectangular blocks and leave them in roughly linear patterns along the shoreline. Over time, as sea levels rise, these formations can become submerged, giving the illusion of a paved road beneath the water. To many geologists, this explanation is sufficient. The Bimini Road is a natural formation, nothing more. But the debate is far from settled. Some researchers argue that the blocks are too regular, too evenly spaced, and too carefully aligned to be entirely natural. They point to what appear to be right angles, curved sections, and even smaller stones that seem to have been used as chalk blocks, evidence, they say, of human engineering. The structure's resemblance to ancient harbor works found in the Mediterranean only fuels this speculation. Could the Bimini Road have been a breakwater or dock used by seafarers thousands of years ago, before rising seas swallowed it? Another tantalizing clue lies in the site's depth. The stones lie in just 18 feet of water, suggesting that if they were man-made, they were constructed when sea levels were significantly lower, potentially during the last ice age. At that time, much of the Barima Bank would have been dry land, forming a large, habitable island. If a civilization flourished there, its coastal structures would now lie underwater, right where the Bimini Road is found. Over the years, expeditions have returned to Bimini repeatedly, using everything from scuba gear to submersibles to map the site in detail. Some teams have claimed to find additional stone alignments nearby, including what might be a second parallel road, as well as shapes resembling stone circles and rectangles. Each discovery reignites the controversy, keeping Bimini in the headlines and at the center of the Atlantis debate. For skeptics, these additional structures are simply more natural formations, cherry-picked to fit a desired narrative. They caution against what is known as pareidolia, the human tendency to see patterns where none exist. But for believers, the clustering of these features in one area is too coincidental to dismiss. If nature is capable of creating such precise arrangements, why don't we see more examples like this worldwide? Why does Bimini stand out? The mystery of the Bimini Road is a microcosm of the entire Atlantis debate. It sits on the boundary between geology and archaeology, between nature and culture, between skepticism and wonder. Every stone seems to whisper an invitation to look closer, to dig deeper, to imagine what might lie just beyond the edge of our understanding. Whether natural or man-made, the site has inspired thousands of divers to descend into its shallow waters and run their hand across the ancient stones, feeling connected to a past that might predate history itself. Importantly, the Bimini Road has also inspired advances in underwater archaeology. The controversy pushed researchers to develop better mapping techniques, 3D modeling, and dating methods to determine when submerged structures formed. In a sense, even if the Bimini Road turns out to be natural, it has still contributed to the larger search for humanity's lost chapters by forcing us to innovate new ways of studying the seafloor. The question remains open, and perhaps that is part of its power. The Bimini Road invites us to confront a deeper mystery: just how much of the world's history is still hidden beneath the sea. If this site is man-made, then it stands as a direct challenge to our timeline of civilization, suggesting advanced societies were building monumental structures long before Mesopotamia or Egypt. And if it is natural, then it reminds us how easily nature can mimic the works of humankind, a warning to tread carefully as we interpret what we find on the ocean floor. As compelling as Bimini is, it is not the only site that raises eyebrows. In other parts of the world, even more dramatic discoveries have been made, including megalithic structures lying at incredible depths where no natural formation should appear. One of the most stunning of these is found off the coast of Cuba, where sonar surveys have revealed what some describe as an entire sunken city. It is to this next underwater mystery that we now turn. In the year 2001, a remarkable discovery off the western coast of Cuba sent shockwave through the world of archaeology and reignited the debate over Atlantis. A Canadian exploration company, Advanced Digital Communications, ADC, was conducting sonar surveys in the Yucatan Channel, mapping the seabed for potential treasure shipwrecks. What they found, however, was far stranger: a massive, symmetrical formation lying more than 2,000 feet below the surface. The images showed what appeared to be huge stone structures, some resembling pyramids, others rectangular blocks, arranged in geometric patterns that stretched for miles. The site would become one of the most tantalizing underwater mysteries of the 21st century. At first glance, the sonar readings seemed almost too incredible to be true. The shapes appeared too orderly, too precise to be natural. Some structures measured hundreds of feet across, and several were stacked, as though forming walls or terraces. When the data was analyzed, it suggested that these features lay at a depth that would have been dry land at least 10,000 to 15,000 years ago, long before mainstream history acknowledges the existence of complex urban societies. Could this be evidence of a city that sank when sea levels rose at the end of the last ice age? Could this be a fragment of the fabled Atlantis that Plato described? The ADC team, led by ocean engineer Pauline Zalitsky and her husband Paulina Weinsweig, was cautious but intrigued. They knew that sonar images can sometimes create illusions, so they returned to the site with remotely operated vehicles, ROVs, to capture actual video footage. What they recorded stunned them. Giant stone blocks, some smooth and rectangular, others stacked in what looked like deliberate construction. Some blocks appeared to be carved, with right angles and flat surfaces. One shot even seemed to show a series of steps or a stair-like feature descending into the sediment. Whatever these structures were, they did not look random. The location itself is also intriguing. The site lies off the tip of the Guanahacabibes Peninsula, an area that would have been a prime piece of coastal real estate during lower sea levels. At the height of the last ice age, when so much water was locked in glacier, sea levels were hundreds of feet lower, exposing vast coastal plains. If a civilization existed in this region, its cities would now be deep underwater, exactly where these megaliths lie. Mainstream archaeologists have been hesitant to embrace the discovery. Some argue that natural processes such as faulting, sedimentation, and erosion can create geometric formations on the seafloor. They point to examples of basalt formations and coral growth that mimic man-made architecture. But supporters of the site's authenticity counter that the sheer scale and arrangement of the Cuban structures go far beyond typical natural formations. If nature carved these blocks, it did so with uncanny precision, a precision that begs for further study. Unfortunately, political and logistical challenges have limited follow-up exploration. The deep waters and strong currents of the Yucatan Channel make investigation difficult and expensive. Relations between Cuba and other nations have also complicated international research efforts. As a result, the site remains only partially surveyed, leaving many questions unanswered. This lack of definitive exploration has frustrated both scientists and enthusiasts, who see the potential for a discovery that could rewrite history. What makes the Cuban megaliths so provocative is how well they align with Plato's description of Atlantis. He wrote of a large island nation with impressive architecture that sank beneath the sea around 11,600 years ago. The timing matches the end of the Younger Dryas period, a time of catastrophic climate change and rising sea levels. He described concentric canals, walls, and grand temples, all features that could, theoretically, be preserved on the seafloor if such a city was suddenly inundated. Moreover, the Cuban site is located in a region that many Atlantis theorists have long considered a candidate for the lost civilization. The Caribbean and Gulf of Mexico are dotted with submerged landmasses and shallow banks that would have formed extensive islands during the Ice Age. Some researchers believe these islands could have supported a maritime culture that traded across the Atlantic, leaving behind legends that became the story of Atlantis. Even if the Cuban structures are not Atlantis, they could still represent something extraordinary, the remains of a civilization that predates anything currently recognized by archaeology. Our accepted timeline places the rise of cities around 6,000 years ago, with the first monumental architecture appearing in Mesopotamia and Egypt. But if a true city exists 2,000 feet underwater, dated to more than 10,000 years ago, it would push back the dawn of civilization by several millennia. This would force historians to rethink the entire narrative of human development. The implications go beyond history. If these structures are indeed man-made, they could tell us something about humanity's resilience and adaptability. The people who built them would have faced the rising seas of the Ice Ages and, perhaps fleeing inland, perhaps leaving behind stories of a great flood that their descendants passed down through myth. In this way, the Cuban site could be a literal and figurative bridge between our prehistoric past and the civilizations we know today. This site also highlights the importance of deep-sea exploration. More than 70% of Earth's surface is covered by ocean, and the majority of it remains unexplored. We have mapped the surface of Mars in greater detail than we have the seafloor. If ruins of a lost civilization lie hidden in the depths, It is only a matter of time before advanced technology allows us to uncover them. The Cuban megaliths may be just the first glimpse of a much larger puzzle. For now, the site remains shrouded in mystery. The sonar images and video footage hint at something monumental, but until full-scale excavations and dating are conducted, the debate will continue. Are these blocks simply an incredible quirk of geology, or are they the last remains of a civilization swallowed by the sea thousands of years ago? What is certain is that the Cuban discovery has reignited global interest in the search for Atlantis and other lost worlds. It stands as a reminder that the ocean still holds secrets powerful enough to shake our understanding of the past. And if there is one site that has the potential to deliver a true, history-shattering revelation, it may well be this one. But Cuba is not the only location with underwater anomalies pointing toward a lost civilization. Far to the northeast, near the Azores, lies another site that has sparked controversy, a place that may sit right where Plato said Atlantis once existed. Sitting in the middle of the North Atlantic Ocean, roughly 900 miles west of Portugal, lies an isolated archipelago known as the Azores. These 9 volcanic islands rise dramatically from the deep ocean floor, forming the tips of a vast underwater mountain chain. To many researchers, the Azores are more than just scenic islands. They may be the last exposed remnants of a much larger landmass that once spanned this part of the Atlantic. For decades, theorists have pointed to the Azores as a possible location for Atlantis, and recent discoveries have only deepened the intrigue. Plato wrote that Atlantis lay beyond the Pillars of Hercules, a term the Greeks used for the Strait of Gibraltar, and that it was larger than Libya and Asia Minor combined. He described it as a powerful maritime empire that once threatened to dominate the Mediterranean world before sinking beneath the sea. The Azores fit part of this description geographically. They lie well beyond Gibraltar, directly in the Atlantic, and sit atop the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, a tectonic feature that suggests the region has seen dramatic geological changes over time. If a large island or microcontinent once existed here, its disappearance could match Plato's story. One of the most compelling pieces of evidence comes from bathymetric surveys of the surrounding seafloor. These maps show extensive plateaus, ridges, and seamounts that hint at the possibility of a once larger landmass now mostly submerged. Some areas of the seafloor appear unnaturally flat, as though they were once exposed plains later drowned by rising seas. To Atlantis theorists, this is tantalizing, a potential drowned continent hiding in plain sight. In 2013, reports emerged of a possible pyramid-like structure discovered on the seafloor between the islands of Terceira and São Miguel. Sonar scans appeared to reveal a massive, symmetrical formation with a square base, aligned to the cardinal points. The structure was estimated to be about 60 meters tall, with a base covering an area of roughly 8,000 square meters. Local divers and researchers were quick to suggest it might be an ancient pyramid, perhaps built by a lost civilization before the land was submerged. News of the discovery spread quickly, sparking international debate and renewed interest in the Azores as a candidate for Atlantis. Skeptics, of course, have offered natural explanations. Some geologists believe the pyramid could be a volcanic formation or sonar illusion caused by equipment error. Without detailed physical surveys and sampling, the debate cannot be settled definitively. Still, the idea that a massive, perfectly geometric structure could lie hidden beneath the waters near the Azores has captured imaginations worldwide. If it is man-made, it would represent an extraordinary achievement, and one that would have to be dated to a time when sea levels were far lower than today. The Azores also have a unique position in the Atlantis debate because of their potential role as stepping stones between Europe, Africa, and the Americas. If a seafaring civilization existed here during the late Ice Age, it could have used the islands as waypoints for trade or exploration, creating a transatlantic network long before Columbus. This would explain the sudden and seemingly mysterious appearance of advanced cultures on opposite sides of the Atlantic, all sharing similar architectural and astronomical knowledge. Further fueling speculation are local legends. The Azores have a rich oral tradition of stories about lost lands, sunken villages, and ancient catastrophes. Some islanders speak of ghostly bells heard under the sea or of fishermen who claim to glimpse ruins on the ocean floor during periods of unusual water clarity. While these stories are difficult to verify, they echo the flood myths found in so many other cultures and add to the mystique of the region. Geologically, the Azores are also an area of high activity. The islands are located near the junction of three major tectonic plates: the North American, Eurasian, and African plates, making them prone to earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. It is not hard to imagine a scenario in which a massive volcanic event or series of quakes could have triggered rapid subsidence, dragging large portions of land into the sea. This would be exactly the kind of catastrophe Plato described when he wrote that Atlantis vanished in a single day and night of misfortune. Modern technology is just beginning to unlock the secrets of the Azores sea floor. Deep-sea expeditions have identified unusual formations, including linear features and block-like shapes that could be natural or artificial. Detailed mapping of the region is ongoing, and as each year passes, more of the Atlantic's hidden topography comes into focus. The tantalizing question remains: will we one day find definitive evidence of a lost city here, preserved under centuries of silt and sediment? For now, the Azores remain one of the strongest candidates for Atlantis location, a region that fits Plato's geography, contains puzzling underwater anomalies, and is geologically capable of producing the kind of sudden catastrophe he described. Whether these anomalies turn out to be ruins or natural formations, the Azores continue to be a magnet for researchers and adventurers who believe the truth about Atlantis lies somewhere in the Atlantic depths. But the Azores are not alone in this mystery. Around the world, other submerged sites have been discovered, some even more dramatic, that suggest advanced civilizations existed during the last ice age. To truly understand the scope of this mystery, we must now widen our focus beyond the Atlantic and look at global examples of underwater megaliths and cities. These sites might not only confirm that Atlantis was possible, but that it was part of a much larger network of lost cultures. If the Azores suggest a possible location for Atlantis, then the underwater megalithic sites scattered across the globe suggest something even more profound: that advanced human cultures may have existed in many places before the end of the last ice age. Across Asia, the Mediterranean, and the Indian Ocean, there are submerged ruins that challenge our timeline of civilization, hinting at a world where humans were building monumental architecture long before Mesopotamia or Egypt. The question is no longer whether such sites exist, but whether they represent the work of cultures we have forgotten, cultures that may have been connected to the same global catastrophe that wiped out Atlantis. Perhaps the most famous of these underwater enigmas is the Yonaguni Monument off the coast of Japan. Discovered in 1986 by a diver exploring the waters near the island of Yonaguni, this massive stone structure lies 80 feet beneath the surface and stretches for nearly 500 feet. Its features are astonishing: broad terraces, straight walls, sharp corners, and steps that look as though they were carved by human hands. Some areas even resemble platforms and processional ways, leading researchers to speculate that this was once a ceremonial or civic center. Supporters of Yonaguni's man-made origin argue that the precision of the angles and the scale of the construction go far beyond what natural erosion would produce. They point to the presence of what appear to be staircases, roadways, and even the faint outline of carvings on some of the stone surfaces. If this site was indeed created by humans, it must date back at least 10,000 years, to a time when sea levels were much lower, placing it far earlier than any known civilization in Japan. This would rewrite the history of East Asia entirely. Skeptics maintain that Yonaguni is a natural formation, a product of sandstone fracturing along fault lines and shaped by ocean currents over thousands of years. And it is true that geology can create surprisingly geometric shapes. Yet even if the site is natural, it is possible that humans modified it, carving steps or platforms into an existing rock outcrop, a practice seen at other ancient sites around the world. This combination of natural formation and human alteration could explain its unique appearance, suggesting a blend of geology and lost engineering. Half a world away, off the coast of India, another submerged city tells an equally compelling story. Near the modern city of Dwarka, divers have discovered extensive ruins lying 70 feet underwater. These include stone walls, pillars, and what appear to be streets and rectangular foundations stretching over several square kilometers. Carbon dating of artifacts recovered from the site suggests an age of at least 9,000 years, which would make Dwarka one of the oldest known cities on Earth, predating the Indus Valley civilization by thousands of years. Dwarka holds special significance in Hindu tradition, as it is said to have been the legendary city of Lord Krishna, which sank beneath the sea after his death. For centuries, this was considered a myth, until modern technology revealed the ruins. The discovery has forced scholars to reconsider ancient texts as potential sources of historical memory, just as Plato's dialogues may be. If Dwarka was real, and if its submergence was caused by rising seas at the end of the Ice Age, it provides a direct parallel to the Atlantis narrative. These are not isolated examples. In the Mediterranean, archaeologists have found submerged cities such as Pavlopetri off the coast of Greece, a Bronze Age settlement with streets, courtyards, and tombs lying just below the surface. In the Gulf of Cambay, sonar surveys have revealed massive geometric patterns on the seabed, possibly representing another lost city. Off the coast of Malta, divers have reported stone structures that resemble temples similar to those on the island above water, suggesting that Malta itself may have once been larger and more populated before sea levels rose. Each of these sites forces us to confront a staggering possibility. The human civilization is far older and more complex than the textbooks tell us. The conventional narrative holds that agriculture began around 10,000 years ago, giving rise to the first cities a few millennia later. But if megalithic architecture was being built before the floodwaters rose, then we are looking at cultures capable of organization, engineering, and possibly even navigation during the Ice Age, a level of sophistication once thought impossible. These underwater ruins also hint at a kind of global connectivity. The similarities in construction techniques, large stone blocks, precise alignments, and often astronomical orientations, suggest that knowledge was being shared across vast distances. Could there have been a worldwide maritime network, a lost civilization whose survivors spread across the globe after the cataclysm, planting the seeds of the cultures we know today? This is precisely the theory put forward by many Atlantologists, that Atlantis was not just a city but a hub of a global civilization. Of course, caution is necessary. Not every underwater formation is evidence of a lost city, and some claims have been exaggerated or debunked. But as technology improves and more of the seafloor is mapped, the number of confirmed ancient sites continues to grow. Each new discovery strengthens the case that humanity's prehistory was far richer and perhaps far more advanced than we once believed. These megaliths beneath the sea are silent witnesses to a forgotten age. Whether they were ceremonial centers, ports, or entire cities, they tell a story of ambition, skill, and ultimately tragedy. For whatever their builders created, it now lies drowned. The ocean has preserved these monuments as time capsules, waiting for us to find them and decode their meaning. And so, the mystery deepens. If these sites represent the scattered remnants of a lost global culture, then what we are uncovering may be more than isolated ruins. We may be tracing the outline of a civilization that spanned continents and vanished almost overnight. To understand how such a catastrophe could have happened, we must now turn to the geological record and examine the evidence for the great floods and rapid sea level rise that marked the end of the Ice Age. The answer may lie not in human failure, but in the awesome and unstoppable power of nature itself. To understand how a civilization like Atlantis could vanish beneath the sea, we must first examine one of the most dramatic periods in Earth's recent geological history, the end of the last Ice Age. Roughly 21,000 years ago, during the last glacial maximum, massive ice sheets covered much of North America, Europe, and Asia. Sea levels were more than 300 feet lower than they are today, exposing vast areas of continental shelf and creating enormous stretches of habitable land. If humans had built cities along these coastlines, as we tend to do today, they would have been thriving on territory that is now underwater. But everything changed when the Earth's climate warmed rapidly, setting in motion a chain of events that would permanently reshape the planet. Between about 14,500 and 7,000 years ago, global temperatures rose dramatically, melting the ice sheets and causing the oceans to rise at an astonishing pace. Geologists refer to this as the deglaciation period, and within it occurred a series of events known as meltwater pulses, short, intense intervals when sea levels surged upward far faster than normal. One of the most significant of these was Meltwater Pulse 1b, which occurred roughly 11,600 years ago. During this pulse, sea levels are believed to have risen by as much as 10 to 20 meters, 30 to 65 feet, in just a few centuries, a geological blink of an eye. For any coastal civilization, such a rise would have been catastrophic. The evidence for these pulses comes from multiple independent sources. Coral reef terraces, submerged far below the surface, provide a natural record of past sea levels. By dating the corals, scientists can track when sea levels changed and how quickly. Ice core samples from Greenland and Antarctica also show sudden shifts in temperature, carbon dioxide levels, and other indicators of rapid climate change. These data sets line up remarkably well with the timing Plato gave for the destruction of Atlantis, roughly 9,000 years before Solon, or around 11,600 years ago. The cause of these meltwater pulses is still debated, but one possibility is the catastrophic release of glacial lakes. During the Ice Age, enormous lakes formed as meltwater pooled at the edges of the ice sheets. When the ice dams holding them back finally broke, trillions of gallons of water would have rushed into the oceans, raising sea levels dramatically and perhaps even disrupting global climate patterns. Such events are believed to have happened multiple times, and each one would have flooded entire regions, displacing populations and erasing coastlines. For a civilization living near the ocean, these floods would have been apocalyptic. Coastal plains would have been swallowed, river valleys drowned, and entire islands lost. Survivors would have fled inland, carrying with them stories of the deluge that destroyed their world. Over generations, these stories may have evolved into the flood myths we see across nearly every culture. Myths of angry gods, torrential rains, and worlds consumed by water. The geological record and the mythological record appear to be telling the same story, just in different languages. What makes this scenario even more compelling is that the end of the Younger Dryas, the sudden cold snap that occurred just before this warming period, marks one of the sharpest climate transitions in Earth's history. Temperatures rose by several degrees within decades, a change so abrupt that some scientists believe it must have been triggered by an extraordinary event, such as a massive volcanic eruption or even an extraterrestrial impact. The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, though controversial, suggests that a comet or asteroid struck the Earth around 12,800 years ago, igniting wildfires, throwing dust into the atmosphere, and triggering widespread extinctions. If such an event occurred, it could have destabilized the ice sheets, leading directly to the meltwater pulses that followed. For Atlantologists, this timing is electrifying. Plato wrote that Atlantis disappeared in a single day and night of catastrophe, language that could easily describe the effects of a sudden impact or a rapid sea level rise. While skeptics argue that continents do not simply sink, the idea that a low-lying island nation could be inundated by rising seas is entirely plausible. In fact, we have real-world examples of similar events. Doggerland, a landmass that once connected Britain to mainland Europe, was gradually submerged between 8,000 and 6,000 BCE, erasing a thriving Mesolithic culture. Today, Doggerland's remains lie beneath the North Sea, a haunting reminder of how quickly the ocean can consume a homeland. Geological surveys of the Atlantic seafloor have revealed massive submarine landslides, such as the Storegga slide off the coast of Norway, which could have triggered tsunamis hundreds of feet high. Such waves would have devastated any coastal settlements in their path. Combined with rising seas, these events could have destroyed not just a single city, but an entire network of coastal communities, exactly the kind of catastrophe described in Atlantis lore. Another key piece of evidence comes from drowned river systems. Sonar mapping has revealed ancient riverbeds, deltas, and estuaries now lying far below the surface of the ocean, suggesting that these areas were once dry and inhabited. If ruins exist near these ancient waterways, they could be the key to finding lost Ice Age civilizations. Already, archaeologists have discovered submerged villages, tools, and artifacts in places like the English Channel and the Gulf of Mexico, proving that human settlements were indeed drowned by post-glacial sea level rise. This convergence of data, from coral reefs, ice cores, drowned landscapes, and flood myths, paints a picture of a planet in turmoil at the exact moment Plato claimed Atlantis was destroyed. It suggests that if a civilization did exist during the late Ice Age, its sudden disappearance was not only possible but likely. The ocean we know today is a graveyard of forgotten coastlines, holding the remains of entire cultures that once thrived there. For the first time, science and legend appear to be speaking the same language. The geologic record gives us the mechanism for Atlantis' destruction, while Plato's account gives us the human story, the memory of a people who saw their world end. The challenge now is to locate physical evidence of such a culture, the stone cities, the artifacts, the traces of technology that would prove humanity's history stretches back further than we ever imagined. And that is where the story becomes even more compelling. Because as researchers dig deeper, figuratively and literally, they are finding clues that may tie these catastrophic floods to a single, world-changing event. Was it just gradual warming that melted the ice? Or was there something more sudden, more violent, something that could have triggered the downfall of Atlantis in a single blow? To answer that, we must examine the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis and the possibility that Earth was struck by a comet, an event that could have turned myth into history. To explain the sudden destruction of Atlantis, as described by Plato, we must look beyond gradual climate change and consider the possibility of a single, cataclysmic event. One of the most compelling and controversial scientific theories of recent decades is the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. This theory suggests that around 12,800 years ago, at the very end of the Pleistocene epoch, Earth was struck by fragments of a disintegrating comet or asteroid. The result was a global disaster, fires, floods, and a sudden plunge back into near-glacial conditions, followed by dramatic warming that ended the Ice Age. If true, This event could explain not only the mass extinctions of the period but also the destruction of an advanced civilization like Atlantis. The Younger Dryas period is one of the great puzzles of paleoclimatology. Around 14,500 years ago, Earth was warming steadily, the glacier retreating, and sea levels rising. Then, suddenly, the warming stopped. Global temperatures plummeted, and a near-glacial climate returned for about 1,200 years. This abrupt reversal is named after the alpine flower Dryas octopetala, which spread across Europe during the cold spell. Then, just as suddenly, around 11,600 years ago, the planet warmed again, this time rapidly and violently. It is this second transition, coinciding with meltwater pulse 1b, that fascinates researchers seeking the truth behind Atlantis' disappearance. The impact hypothesis argues that the Younger Dryas was triggered by a cosmic collision. Supporters point to a growing body of evidence. Layers of soil dating to the onset of the Younger Dryas contain high concentrations of microspherules, tiny spherical particles formed by intense heat, as well as nanodiamonds and elevated levels of platinum, all indicators of an extraterrestrial impact. These layers have been found across multiple continents, from North America to Europe and even parts of South America, suggesting a global event. Some researchers believe the impactor may have struck an ice sheet, vaporizing massive amounts of water and throwing debris into the atmosphere. If this event occurred, its effects would have been apocalyptic. The explosion would have ignited wildfires across continents, sending smoke and soot into the sky and plunging the planet into a cold, dark impact winter. Meltwater from the destabilized ice sheets would have flooded into the oceans, raising sea levels and inundating coastlines. Megafauna such as mammoths, mastodons, and giant ground sloths went extinct during this period, possibly as a direct result of habitat loss and sudden climate stress. Human populations also suffered a dramatic decline, with many cultures disappearing entirely from the archaeological record. For Atlantologists, the timing could not be more perfect. Plato claimed that Atlantis sank around 9,000 years before Solon, approximately 11,600 years ago, exactly when the Younger Dryas ended and sea levels surged. If a comet impact triggered rapid warming, flooding, and seismic activity, it could have destroyed an island nation in a single catastrophic blow. The description of earthquakes and floods overwhelming Atlantis in a single day and night of misfortune sounds eerily like the after-effects of such a cosmic event. One of the most intriguing candidate sites for the impact is the Hiawatha crater in Greenland, discovered in 2018 beneath a kilometer of ice. This massive, 31-kilometer-wide structure appears to be relatively young, possibly less than 50,000 years old, and some scientists argue it could date precisely to the Younger Dryas boundary. If confirmed, it would be one of the most significant impact craters on Earth and a potential smoking gun linking cosmic catastrophe to climate upheaval. Other researchers propose multiple A-burst events, similar to the Tunguska explosion of 1908, striking over North America and Europe simultaneously, creating a cosmic bombardment scenario. Critics of the impact hypothesis argue that the evidence is not yet conclusive. They suggest alternative explanations for the microspherules and platinum anomalies, such as volcanic eruptions or terrestrial processes. They also point out that no definitive crater has yet been proven to match the timing. However, as more sites are studied, the case for an extraterrestrial trigger continues to strengthen. The debate is fierce because its implications go far beyond the fate of Atlantis. They would fundamentally alter our understanding of Earth's recent history and the vulnerability of human civilization to cosmic events. If the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis is correct, it could also explain the extraordinary global flood myths that appear in so many cultures. The survivors of such a catastrophe would have witnessed fire in the sky, roaring waves, and a world plunged into chaos. They would have passed down these stories as warnings, encoding them into myth and ritual. Plato's account of Atlantis may be one of the most detailed of these memories, preserving not just the fact of the disaster but the name of the civilization that perished. This theory also helps explain the sudden rise of civilization after the Younger Dryas ended. Archaeological evidence shows that around 11,600 years ago, human societies around the world began building monumental structures, domesticating plants, and forming complex social systems. Sites like Göbekli Tepe in Turkey appear suddenly in the record, as if the survivors of a lost world were rebuilding from the ashes, bringing with them fragments of knowledge from their destroyed homeland. This aligns with the idea that Atlantis survivors spread across the globe, seeding new cultures. What makes this line of inquiry so compelling is that it unites science and myth in a single narrative. The geological evidence shows a world rocked by catastrophe. The archaeological record shows a sudden reboot of civilization, and the myth showed humanity remembering and mourning what was lost. Together, they tell a story of resilience, that even after the skies fell and the seas rose, humanity endured, adapted, and began again. The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis may not yet be universally accepted, but it has opened the door to a new way of thinking about prehistory. It challenges the idea that civilization emerged slowly and linearly, suggesting instead that it may have risen, fallen, and risen again. For those searching for Atlantis, it offers a plausible mechanism for its destruction, one that could explain why so little remains today. But if Atlantis was real and was destroyed by a cosmic event, what did it look like? What kind of knowledge did its people possess? And what warnings, if any, did they leave behind for future generations? The next step in our journey takes us to the symbols, carvings, and myths that may preserve the memory of that great cataclysm. Messages carved in stone, waiting for us to decode them. If Atlantis was real, and if its destruction was as sudden and catastrophic as Plato described, it is likely that at least some survivors escaped. And if they escaped, what did they leave behind? Across the world, scattered on temple walls, carved into stones, and embedded in myth, there are symbols and stories that seem to point back to a time of global disaster, messages that may have been meant as warnings to the future. These symbols are like echoes from a vanished world, fragments of a memory too important to forget. One of the most compelling examples comes from Göbekli Tepe in modern-day Turkey. This astonishing site, built over 11,000 years ago, consists of massive stone pillars arranged in circles, many of them decorated with intricate carvings of animals, birds, and abstract symbols. Some researchers believe one carving in particular, known as the vulture stone or pillar 43, may record a cosmic event. The stone depicts a scorpion-like figure, a vulture, and several other animals in specific positions that some astronomers argue correspond to constellations as they appeared in the sky around 10,950 BCE. If true, this would make Pillar 43 one of the oldest astronomical records in the world, possibly commemorating the very comet impact thought to have triggered the Younger Dryas. The idea that ancient people encoded messages in stone is not as far-fetched as it might sound. Many ancient structures are aligned with celestial events, solstices, equinoxes, and star risings, suggesting that their builders were keen observers of the heavens. If they had witnessed a cosmic disaster, they would have had every reason to record it, to warn their descendants of the danger that might one day return. Göbekli Tepe may have been not just a ceremonial site, but a kind of memory palace, designed to preserve knowledge through symbolism and myth. Similar warnings appear in other parts of the world. The Aboriginal peoples of Australia tell stories of a sky serpent bringing fire and destruction from above, forcing their ancestors to flee to caves. In North America, the Hopi speak of previous worlds destroyed by fire, ice, and flood, and they mark these events with petroglyphs depicting spirals and falling stars. The ancient Egyptians recorded the destruction of a primordial land called Zep Tepi, the first time, which some interpret as a memory of a lost golden age. In South America, the Nazca lines, enormous geoglyphs etched into the Peruvian desert, have puzzled researchers for decades. While many are animal figures, others are long, straight lines that seem to align with astronomical events. Could they have served as a kind of star map or a warning marker meant to be seen from above? If survivors of a cataclysm wish to communicate with future generations, or even with the gods they believe controlled the heavens, this might have been their way of doing so. Symbols of serpents, comets, and floods recur so frequently across cultures that they form a kind of global language. In Mesopotamia, the god Enki warns of an impending flood. In Mesoamerica, Quetzalcoatl is associated with cycles of destruction and renewal. The presence of similar themes in so many disconnected regions suggests a shared memory, one passed along for thousands of years after the event that inspired it. If these are indeed warnings, then they were successful. We are still talking about them today, still trying to decode their meaning. Archaeologists have also discovered curious similarities in ancient construction techniques, suggesting that knowledge was being preserved and transmitted. The megalithic architecture of sites like Sacsayhuaman in Peru, with its precisely cut polygonal stones, resembles work found in distant parts of the world. Some theorists argue that this style was not just practical but symbolic, a way of showing that the builders had inherited knowledge from a time before the flood, knowledge that connected them to a lost homeland. The challenge we face today is to separate myth from metaphor, symbol from superstition. Were these carvings and stories meant to be taken literally, as records of real events, or were they purely spiritual allegories? Modern scholars often default to the metaphorical interpretation, but as more evidence emerges of sudden climate shifts and global cataclysms, the literal reading becomes harder to ignore. If ancient people were warning us about a cosmic threat, we would be wise to listen. What makes these warnings even more urgent is that they often speak not just of past destruction but of cycles, the idea that the catastrophe that ended the previous world could happen again. The Mayan calendar, famously misinterpreted as predicting the end of the world in 2012, actually marks the end of one cycle and the beginning of another. The Hopi prophecy speaks of a fifth world that will rise after the current one is cleansed. Even Plato suggests that catastrophes are periodic, part of the natural rhythm of the earth. If there is truth in these messages, then the story of Atlantis is not just about what was lost. It is a warning about what could be lost again. Our modern civilization is as vulnerable to natural disaster as any that came before us. A comet impact, a massive solar flare, or a sudden shift in climate could plunge us into chaos, just as it may have done 12,000 years ago. The survivors of Atlantis may have tried to tell us this in the only way they knew how, through symbols carved in stone, myths told around fires, and monuments aligned with the stars. As we decode these messages, we find ourselves faced with a haunting question. Are we prepared to heed the warnings of the past? Or will we, like the Atlanteans, ignore the signs until it is too late? To answer that, we must next look at one of the most enigmatic ancient sites on Earth, a place where the architecture itself may preserve the memory of a sunken homeland. Deep in Egypt lies the Osirian, a megalithic temple whose origins may predate the pharaohs and connect directly to the survivors of Atlantis. If any place on Earth carries the weight of humanity's forgotten past, it is Egypt. Its pyramids and temples stand as timeless guardians of a history that stretches back farther than most civilizations dare to remember. And hidden in the desert, at the ancient site of Abydos, lies one of the most enigmatic structures ever discovered, the Osirian. Unlike other temples built during the dynastic period, the Osirian is megalithic, mysterious, and possibly far older than Egypt itself. Some researchers believe it could be a direct link to the survivors of Atlantis, who brought their knowledge to the Nile Valley after their homeland was destroyed. The Osirian was uncovered in the early 20th century by archaeologist Flinders Petrie and his team. What they found shocked them: a subterranean temple built of massive granite blocks, some weighing over 50 tons. These stones were cut with such precision that they fit together seamlessly, without mortar, a technique reminiscent of the megalithic sites of Peru and other parts of the world. The style of construction is starkly different from the rest of Abydos, which features typical Egyptian sandstone temples covered in hieroglyphics. The Osirian is austere, almost cyclopean, as if it belonged to a completely different epoch. Mainstream Egyptology dates the Osirian to the reign of Pharaoh Seti I, around 1290 BCE, because it sits behind Seti's temple and shares some of its alignment. However, this assumption has been challenged by many researchers who point out that the Osirian sits at a much lower level than the surrounding structures, suggesting it was already ancient when Seti built his temple nearby. Some even suggest that Seti intentionally incorporated the Osirian into his complex, recognizing it as a sacred relic from a much earlier time. What makes the Osirian so fascinating is not just its architecture, but its symbolic significance. The temple is dedicated to Osiris, the god of resurrection and the underworld, a deity associated with death, rebirth, and the cyclical nature of time. In Egyptian mythology, Osiris was a civilizing god who brought agriculture, law, and culture to humanity before being murdered and resurrected. To those who see a connection with Atlantis, Osiris may represent a memory of the great teacher kings who came from a sunken land, bringing with them the seeds of civilization. The Osirian's construction style bears striking similarities to other megalithic sites around the globe. The use of gigantic, precisely cut stones can be seen at Sacsayhuaman in Peru, Baalbek in Lebanon, and Göbekli Tepe in Turkey. This has led some researchers to propose the existence of a global megalithic tradition, one that predates known history and may have originated with a common source, possibly Atlantis. If true, the Osirian could be one of the last standing monuments of that lost culture, preserved in the desert long after its homeland was drowned. Another compelling detail is the Osirian's alignment with the stars. Like many ancient monuments, it appears to have been designed with celestial precision, possibly aligning with the constellation of Orion, which in Egyptian mythology was associated with Osiris. If this alignment dates to an earlier epoch, it could provide clues to the temple's true age. Some archaeoastronomers have argued that its alignment would make more sense if it were constructed around 10,500 BCE, when Orion's belt was positioned differently in the sky, a date that intriguingly coincides with the end of the Younger Dryas and the supposed destruction of Atlantis. Inside the Osirian, inscriptions added during later periods praise Seti I and his achievements, but they do not explain who originally built the structure. This silence has only deepened the mystery. If Seti had constructed it, why does its style differ so dramatically from his other temples? And why is it devoid of the usual ornate carvings and decorations found in Egyptian temples of the New Kingdom? The Osirian feels almost primal, as though it were built for function rather than ceremony, a place of initiation, or perhaps a repository of knowledge meant to survive the ages. Some theorists even suggest that the Osirian could have once contained records of a lost civilization. Plato wrote that the priests of Egypt preserved the memory of Atlantis for thousands of years, passing it down through their temple traditions. Could the Osirian have been one of those sacred repositories, a place where knowledge from a sunken world was safeguarded? If so, the site's association with Osiris, the god of rebirth, becomes even more meaningful. It would represent the rebirth of knowledge after the death of a civilization. Of course, mainstream scholars caution against jumping to conclusions. They argue that the Osirian, while impressive, fits within the continuum of Egyptian architecture and does not require a connection to a hypothetical lost civilization. They attribute its massive blocks to the Egyptians' well-documented engineering prowess and its depth to practical considerations such as access to groundwater. But even among cautious academics, there is an acknowledgement that Egypt's history may be deeper than we currently know. The sudden emergence of Egyptian civilization around 3000 BCE, seemingly fully formed with writing, monumental architecture, and complex religion, remains one of archaeology's great mysteries. For those seeking Atlantis, the Osirian stands as a tantalizing clue, a piece of evidence that hints at an earlier epoch when humanity's knowledge was already advanced. Whether it was built by Egyptians, Atlanteans, or some other forgotten culture, its mere existence challenges our timeline and invites us to look deeper into the past. And Egypt is not the only place where such enigmas appear. Across the ocean, in the Americas, colossal stone heads, pyramids, and other megalithic structures suggest that a similar civilizing influence may have touched both hemispheres. Could these be the fingerprints of the same lost culture, scattered across the globe after a great catastrophe? Our next stop takes us to Mesoamerica, where the Olmec heads and other mysterious monuments may provide another piece of the puzzle. If survivors of Atlantis fled their sinking homeland, logic suggests they would have dispersed in many directions, not only toward Egypt and the Mediterranean, but also across the Atlantic Ocean. The Americas, with their fertile coasts and vast river systems, would have been a natural destination for seafaring refugees. And indeed, the archaeological record in Mesoamerica presents us with mysteries that seem to hint at an outside influence, clues that may connect the Olmecs, one of the most enigmatic ancient cultures, to a lost civilization. The Olmecs are often called the mother culture of Mesoamerica. They flourished along the Gulf Coast of what is now Mexico, beginning around 1500 BC, long before the Maya or Aztec empires rose to power. What makes them so puzzling is the suddenness of their appearance. The Olmecs seem to emerge fully formed, with complex urban centers, monumental architecture, a sophisticated calendar system, and an artistic tradition that influenced every later Mesoamerican civilization. It is as though a spark of knowledge ignited overnight, and some researchers believe that spark may have been lit by travelers from across the sea. The most iconic and baffling artifacts left by the Olmecs are their colossal stone heads. 17 of these massive sculptures have been discovered to date, each carved from single basalt boulders weighing up to 40 tons. The heads stand as tall as 11 feet and depict individuals with distinctive features, including broad noses, full lips, and elaborate headgear. The sheer scale of these monuments would have required a level of organization, engineering, and social hierarchy remarkable for a culture supposedly in its formative stage. What truly ignites debate, however, is the appearance of the faces themselves. Some researchers have pointed out that the features of the Olmec heads do not resemble the typical Mesoamerican population, but appear to represent a diverse range of physiognomies, some with African-like features, others more Eurasian. Mainstream archaeologists caution against overinterpreting these traits, arguing that they fall within the range of indigenous diversity. But to those who see a connection to Atlantis, the heads may depict foreign leaders or visitors, perhaps the very refugees who helped found the Olmec civilization. The Olmecs were also skilled astronomers and builders. Their city of La Venta was laid out with a precise orientation, aligning with celestial events such as the rising of specific stars and the solstices. This level of astronomical knowledge appears suddenly in the archaeological record, as if inherited rather than slowly developed. Some theorists argue that this echoes Plato's description of Atlantis, where astronomy and geometry played a central role in urban planning. In addition to the heads, the Olmecs left behind intriguing artifacts that suggest long-distance connections. Jade masks, carved figurines, and even possible depictions of bearded men have been cited as evidence of contact with distant peoples. There are also similarities between Olmec symbolism and that of ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia, including motifs resembling the all-seeing eye and stepped pyramids. Could these parallels be mere coincidence, or are they signs of a shared cultural inheritance tracing back to a lost progenitor civilization? Critics of the Atlantean hypothesis point out that the Olmecs could have developed their culture independently. They argue that the appearance of advanced traits is not evidence of outside influence, but rather a natural result of human innovation. Cultures can and do experience sudden leaps forward, particularly when population density, trade, and environmental conditions reach a tipping point. To them, invoking Atlantis is unnecessary when the Olmecs themselves were clearly capable of extraordinary achievements. But the question remains, why do so many early civilizations in Egypt, Mesopotamia, the Indus Valley, and Mesoamerica appear so suddenly, with advanced knowledge already in place? The idea that they were all influenced by a common source is not so far-fetched. If an advanced maritime culture was destroyed by the cataclysms at the end of the Ice Age, its survivors may have spread across the world, planting seeds of civilization wherever they landed. The Olmecs could represent one such outpost, preserving fragments of Atlantean knowledge. The mystery deepens when we consider the geologic context. During the Ice Age, sea levels were much lower, and much of the Caribbean basin may have been exposed as dry land. Some researchers speculate that a large landmass or series of islands once connected parts of the Gulf of Mexico and the Caribbean, making travel between the Old World and the New easier than it is today. If this is true, then contact between continents could have occurred long before Columbus, and long before history remembers. Even in South America, there are tantalizing clues. The megalithic sites of Pumapunku and Tiwanaku in Bolivia feature stonework so precise that it seems almost impossible with primitive tools. Some of the blocks weigh hundreds of tons and are cut with perfect right angles and interlocking joints. Local legends speak of Viracocha, a bearded god who arrived from across the sea to teach humanity agriculture, architecture, and law. Could this be another memory of Atlantean survivors bringing civilization to a devastated world? While definitive proof remains elusive, the convergence of evidence, sudden cultural fluorescence, monumental architecture, advanced astronomy, and shared myth is difficult to ignore. At the very least, it suggests that humanity's story in the Americas is far older and more complex than we have been taught. And if the Americas were touched by survivors of Atlantis, then the lost civilization was truly global in scope, its influence reaching across oceans and shaping the destiny of continents. The idea of Atlantis in the Americas is not new. From the time of Columbus, explorers speculated that the Caribbean islands might be remnants of the sunken continent. In the 19th and 20th centuries, numerous authors placed Atlantis in the Gulf of Mexico, the Yucatan, or the Caribbean, citing submerged ruins and local traditions of a great flood. While many of these early theories were speculative, modern discoveries of submerged cities, pyramids, and causeways are forcing us to revisit the question with fresh eyes. If the Americas were indeed part of the Atlantis story, then genetic evidence might hold the next great clue. By tracing the movement of ancient populations, we may be able to confirm whether there was a sudden influx of foreign peoples into the Americas around the time Plato described Atlantis' destruction. Our next section will explore these genetic links, and whether DNA can reveal the fingerprints of a vanished civilization that once spanned the globe. If Atlantis truly existed and was destroyed in a cataclysm, The most enduring legacy of its people might not be in stone, but in blood. Ruins can crumble, myths can be distorted, but genetic material carries a record of human journeys across millennia. Modern advances in population genetics are revealing surprising patterns, sudden migrations, population bottlenecks, and genetic mixing events that may align with the timeline of Atlantis' destruction. Could it be that the descendants of Atlantis are still among us, their DNA holding the last whisper of a lost world? Genetic studies have shown that around 10,000 to 12,000 years ago, precisely when Plato dated the fall of Atlantis, humanity underwent significant upheavals. The end of the Ice Age forced massive migrations as people fled rising seas, abandoned coastal plains, and moved into newly habitable regions. This period saw what geneticists call admixture events, when previously separate populations suddenly mixed. In Europe, for example, the genetic record shows the arrival of new groups that blended with Mesolithic hunter-gatherers, introducing new traits and cultural practices. Where did these newcomers come from? Were they simply inland populations moving outward, or refugees from a drowned coastal civilization? One of the most striking findings comes from studies of the Basques of Spain and France. The Basques have long been considered a genetic and linguistic isolate in Europe, with DNA markers that suggest deep antiquity. Some researchers propose that they are the descendants of a pre-Indo-European population that survived the Ice Age in refuges along the Atlantic coast. If so, they may carry echoes of the same Atlantic seafaring culture that Plato described, a people who were trading and sailing long before recorded history. Similarly, in the Americas, genetic evidence shows multiple waves of migration, some of them earlier and more complex than previously believed. The discovery of Kennewick Man, a 9,000-year-old skeleton found in Washington state, revealed surprising genetic affinities to certain Pacific populations, challenging simple models of Native American ancestry. This has led some researchers to suggest that seafaring groups may have reached the Americas from multiple directions, including across the Atlantic, well before Columbus, and possibly before the rise of later Mesoamerican civilizations. Mitochondrial DNA, mtDNA, which traces maternal lineages, has also provided tantalizing hints. Certain rare haplogroups appear scattered across continents in ways that suggest a shared origin before the seas rose. Haplogroup X, for instance, is found both in Europe and among some Native American tribes, particularly in the Great Lakes region. Its presence in North America is puzzling, as it does not fit the standard model of migration across the Bering Land Bridge. Could this be evidence of an ancient transatlantic connection, perhaps dating back to the time of Atlantis' demise? Beyond raw genetics, there are cultural parallels that suggest movement of ideas alongside people. The sudden spread of agriculture around 10,000 years ago appears in multiple regions almost simultaneously, in the Fertile Crescent, China, and Mesoamerica. While many scholars attribute this to independent invention, others argue that it could reflect the diffusion of knowledge from a common source. Survivors of a collapsed civilization would have carried with them seeds, techniques, and traditions, planting them wherever they found refuge. Skeptics caution that genetics cannot prove Atlantis, and they are correct, but it can reveal population shifts that are otherwise invisible in the archaeological record. A sudden infusion of new genetic material into a region hints at migration, and when that migration aligns with mythic accounts of floods and lost homelands, the case becomes compelling. The story of Atlantis may not be entirely mythical, but rather a narrative built around a very real human diaspora. Interestingly, even outside Europe and the Americas, similar genetic mysteries appear. Polynesian DNA studies reveal markers that suggest surprising connections to South America, implying ancient contact across the Pacific. While this is usually attributed to later Polynesian exploration, It raises the broader possibility that humans were traveling across oceans far earlier than history books allow. If global seafaring networks existed, they could have facilitated the spread of survivors from a central catastrophe, scattering their genetic legacy across the planet. Another avenue of research involves the study of ancient diseases. Pathogen DNA preserved in human remains can trace contact between distant populations. Some studies suggest that certain strains of tuberculosis and other diseases predate known Old World-New World contact, hinting at earlier transoceanic exchange. This too could be a shadow left by Atlantean refugees mingling with indigenous peoples thousands of years ago. The genetic record, like the ocean itself, still holds many secrets. Each year, new techniques, from high-resolution genome sequencing to ancient DNA recovery, are shedding light on our deep past. As more Ice Age skeletons are analyzed, we may discover patterns that match the story of Atlantis almost exactly. A thriving coastal population suddenly disappearing, its survivors spreading to far-flung corners of the globe, leaving behind not just legends but their very bloodlines as evidence. If the DNA trail does lead back to a lost civilization, the implications are staggering. It would mean that we are not merely imagining a golden age, we are its descendants. The rise of civilization after the Ice Age would not be the first flowering of human ingenuity, but a renaissance, a rebuilding of what was lost. The knowledge of that first great civilization may have been scattered, but it still lives within us, waiting to be rediscovered. And this raises an even bigger question. What kind of knowledge did those survivors carry with them? Were they merely farmers and sailors, or did they possess advanced technologies that could explain the sudden leaps seen in early cultures worldwide? To explore this, we must now turn to Plato's description of Atlantean power, their architecture, their engineering, and the mysterious energy sources, to see just how advanced they might have been. When Plato described Atlantis, he did not merely speak of a powerful nation. He spoke of an advanced civilization whose engineering, architecture, and technology astonished even the gods. His account is one of glittering cities, complex canals, magnificent temples, and a society that had mastered both land and sea. For centuries, readers have asked whether this was pure allegory or memory of a culture whose achievements surpassed what we typically expect from the ancient world. If Atlantis truly existed, what kind of technology did its people possess? And could they have been far more advanced than we imagine? Plato's description of Atlantis' capital city is nothing short of breathtaking. He writes of a metropolis built in concentric rings of land and water, 3 rings of sea, 2 of land, connected by bridges and canals. The entire city was designed according to a grand plan, with harbors, docks, and a massive central island containing the royal palace and a temple to Poseidon, their patron god. The temple itself, he claimed, was covered in shining orichalcum, a mysterious metal said to glow like fire. This level of urban planning suggests a mastery of hydraulic engineering, architecture, and city design that would not appear again until thousands of years later. The Atlanteans were also described as masters of agriculture, capable of irrigating vast plains and producing multiple harvests per year. They built large irrigation canals, reservoirs, and sophisticated drainage systems. Such feats would have required advanced knowledge of mathematics, surveying, and water management, skills typically associated with much later civilizations like Rome. Some researchers believe that this knowledge may have been passed on to Egypt, Mesopotamia, and the Indus Valley by the survivors of Atlantis, explaining why agriculture and complex societies appeared so suddenly after the Ice Age. Even more tantalizing are the suggestions that Atlantis may have harnessed forms of energy we still struggle to understand. Theorists have speculated that orichalcum was not just decorative but functional, perhaps a conductor of electricity or component of some lost energy technology. Ancient myths speak of crystals of power or phi stones that could store and release energy. The psychic Edgar Cayce famously claimed that Atlantis used massive crystals to focus energy, power their cities, and even manipulate weather. While such claims are unverified, they resonate with modern discoveries of piezoelectric properties in crystals like quartz, which can generate voltage under pressure. Some researchers have pointed to the construction techniques of ancient megalithic sites as evidence of lost technology. The perfectly cut and fitted stones of places like Puma Punku, Baalbek, and the Great Pyramid suggest methods of quarrying, shaping, and transporting stone that defy explanation with simple copper tools and sledges. If Atlantis was indeed a global maritime culture, it may have possessed tools or machines that allowed them to shape and move massive stones with relative ease. This could explain why similar megalithic architecture appears worldwide, as though the same blueprint was shared across continents. Plato also describes Atlantis as possessing a powerful navy, capable of projecting its influence across the Mediterranean and beyond. To maintain such a fleet would have required advanced shipbuilding techniques, navigation skills, and knowledge of ocean currents. Some theorists propose that Atlanteans may have had instruments for measuring longitude or other sophisticated navigational aids long before these were developed in the historical record. Their ability to maintain trade networks and wage war across great distances suggests a level of maritime expertise rivaling that of much later empires. Mainstream historians argue that there is no evidence of such advanced technology in the archaeological record, and they caution against attributing every ancient mystery to Atlantis. They contend that human ingenuity, given enough time, is capable of producing impressive results without requiring lost machines or unknown sciences. But even they acknowledge that some ancient accomplishments remain difficult to explain, especially when they appear to spring into existence fully formed rather than through gradual development. One of the most intriguing possibilities is that Atlantis may have had a deep understanding of astronomy and the cycles of the Earth. Plato describes their temples and palaces as richly decorated with metals and precious stones, possibly reflecting celestial patterns. Many ancient monuments around the world, from Stonehenge to the pyramids of Giza, are aligned with solstices, equinoxes, and star risings, suggesting a shared knowledge of the heavens. If Atlantis was the source of this knowledge, then its people may have used the stars not just for ritual but for navigation and timekeeping, perhaps even predicting celestial events. The idea of lost technology also touches on a deeper question. Why would such a civilization vanish without leaving clear evidence of its machines or tools? One explanation is that much of Atlantis' infrastructure would have been made of perishable materials, wood, copper, or other metals that corrode quickly in salt water. After 12,000 years on the seafloor, little would remain beyond the largest stone foundations. Another possibility is that the survivors deliberately withheld their most advanced knowledge, fearing that it was what led to their downfall. In this interpretation, the myths of Atlantis are not just a story of loss, but a cautionary tale about the misuse of power. For seekers of Atlantis, the question of technology is not merely academic. If we could recover even fragments of their knowledge, it might transform our world. Imagine discovering an ancient energy source, clean and limitless, hidden in the ruins of a city beneath the ocean. Imagine finding records of astronomical events stretching back tens of thousands of years, rewriting our understanding of Earth's history. The search for Atlantis is, in many ways, a search for this lost wisdom, for the keys to unlock humanity's potential. Of course, with such speculation comes the risk of fantasy overtaking fact. The line between genuine possibility and wishful thinking can be thin. But as we uncover more of the ocean floor and discover more megalithic sites, The idea that an advanced civilization once walked the earth becomes less far-fetched. Each discovery brings us closer to answering the question, what did the Atlanteans know, and how much of that knowledge did they pass on? As with all mysteries, there are those who oppose these ideas, arguing that they distract from rigorous science and encourage pseudo-history. Their criticisms must be addressed, and in our next section, we will do just that. We will examine the case skeptics present against Atlantis, explore why academia is so resistant to the idea, and see whether the tide of evidence is beginning to shift. For every theory proposing that Atlantis was real, there is an academic ready to argue that it was not. Skeptics maintain that the legend of Atlantis is one of history's most persistent myths, a brilliant philosophical story that has been misinterpreted as literal history for centuries. To them, the search for Atlantis is not a scientific quest but a distraction, diverting attention from genuine archaeology. Before we plunge deeper into new discoveries, it is worth examining the skeptics' case, for their arguments are not without weight. First and foremost, skeptics point out that the only original source for the Atlantis story is Plato himself. No earlier Greek historian, poet, or philosopher mentions it. Neither Homer nor Herodotus, both of whom wrote extensively about distant lands and legendary events, make any reference to Atlantis. To skeptics, this silence is telling. If Atlantis were truly a global maritime empire, surely its memory would have been preserved in other records. The fact that it appears suddenly, fully formed, in Plato's dialogue suggests that he invented it for dramatic effect. Plato was known for using allegory to convey philosophical truths. In Timaeus and Critias, the Atlantis story is framed as a moral lesson about hubris, imperial ambition, and divine justice. The Atlanteans, once noble, become corrupt in attempt to conquer the known world, only to be destroyed by the gods. To skeptics, this mirrors the political situation of Plato's own Athens, which had risen to power, overreached, and suffered defeat in the Peloponnesian War. In this interpretation, Atlantis is Athens' cautionary mirror, not a real island, but a symbolic warning that no empire is invincible. Another key point made by skeptics is the lack of physical evidence. Despite centuries of searching, no definitive ruins of Atlantis have been found. The ocean floor has yielded shipwrecks, lost cities like Heracleon off the coast of Egypt, and even prehistoric settlements, but nothing that matches Plato's detailed description of concentric rings, orichalcum-clad temples, and massive canals. Until such evidence is discovered, skeptics argue, the burden of proof remains on those claiming Atlantis was real. Geologists add that the idea of a continent or island of the size Plato described suddenly sinking into the ocean is implausible. Continents are made of buoyant crust that cannot simply drop into the sea overnight. While earthquakes and tsunamis can devastate coastal areas, they do not swallow entire land masses. The phrase, "in a single day and night of misfortune," skeptics argue, must be metaphorical, referring to a swift political collapse rather than a literal geologic event. Skeptics also warn against what they call confirmation bias, the tendency to interpret ambiguous evidence in a way that supports one's beliefs. A natural rock formation becomes a road, a pile of stones becomes a pyramid, and a sonar anomaly becomes a city. Without careful scientific controls, they argue, it is easy to see patterns that aren't there. This is especially true in underwater archaeology, where visibility is poor and natural formations can take on strikingly geometric shapes. Mainstream historians are further concerned about the way Atlantis has been used by fringe theorists and pseudo-archaeologists to promote speculative or even harmful ideas. In the 19th and 20th centuries, some writers used the Atlantis narrative to claim that a superior race had once ruled the world, misappropriating the story for ideological purposes. This has made academics wary of lending any legitimacy to the concept, fearing it could be twisted to support pseudoscience or racism. Yet even as they dismiss Atlantis as myth, skeptics must contend with uncomfortable facts. They acknowledge that many ancient sites once thought mythical. Troy, Mycenae, even entire cities mentioned only in texts, have since been found. They also acknowledge that our understanding of prehistory is constantly evolving. The discovery of Göbekli Tepe, dating back more than 11,000 years, shocked the archaeological community because it proved that advanced megalithic construction existed thousands of years before the rise of Mesopotamia. If such a site could remain hidden until the 1990s, what else might lie undiscovered, especially beneath the ocean? The debate is further complicated by the sheer scale of unexplored territory. More than 70% of the Earth's surface is covered by ocean, and less than a quarter of it has been mapped in high resolution. This means that vast areas where Atlantis could theoretically have existed remain unexamined. Skeptics argue that this does not prove Atlantis exists, but it also does not prove it doesn't. Ultimately, the skeptic's case rests on a demand for hard evidence. Without artifacts, inscriptions, or datable ruins, Atlantis remains a story, not a fact. And yet, the allure of the mystery persists. Each new sonar anomaly, each submerged ruin, and each unexplained artifact reignites the conversation, forcing even cautious scientists to wonder if there might be something to Plato's tale after all. The clash between skeptics and seekers creates the perfect dramatic tension. On one side stand the defenders of orthodoxy, insisting on empirical proof before rewriting history. On the other stand explorers, researchers, and visionaries who believe that the clues are mounting and that the truth is just beyond our reach. Somewhere in the middle lies the tantalizing possibility that both sides are partly right, that Atlantis may have been real, but not exactly as Plato described it. And that brings us to the present, where cutting-edge technology is beginning to tip the scales. In recent years, satellite images, deep-sea scans, and oceanographic surveys have revealed patterns on the seafloor that are hard to explain as mere geology. In the next section, we will explore these stunning discoveries, images that may show city grids, harbor walls, and structures lying in the deep, and ask whether science is on the verge of confirming what has long been dismissed as legend. For centuries, the search for Atlantis relied on dusty maps, ancient texts, and the daring of explorers willing to sail into the unknown. But today, we have a new set of eyes, satellites orbiting high above Earth, peering through clouds, over oceans, and in some cases, even into shallow waters. Combined with advanced sonar and seafloor scanning technology, these tools have given us something earlier generations could only dream of, a near-complete view of the planet's surface, both above and below the sea. And what we are finding is shaking even the most skeptical minds. Strange geometric shapes, perfectly straight lines, and massive underwater formations are being discovered, and some of them look startlingly like the ruins of lost cities. One of the earliest and most sensational cases came in 2009, when users of Google Earth spotted what appeared to be a perfect grid pattern on the seafloor west of the Canary Islands, near the area long associated with Atlantis. The grid measured about the size of Wales, with straight lines intersecting at right angles, forming what looked like streets or city blocks. For weeks, the discovery went viral. Was this the lost city of Atlantis, finally revealed by modern technology? Google eventually released a statement saying that the grid was a data artifact, the result of sonar tracks made by mapping ships, not actual physical features on the ocean floor. While this particular case was debunked, it sparked a global wave of interest in scanning the oceans for hidden ruins. Since then, legitimate discoveries have been made that are far harder to dismiss. High-resolution bathymetric surveys, which use multi-beam sonar to map the seafloor in 3D, have revealed enormous features lying far below the surface. In some cases, these features appear unnaturally straight, angular, or symmetrical. Off the coast of Cuba, as we explored earlier, sonar scans detected massive stone blocks arranged in geometric patterns at a depth of more than 2,000 feet. Other surveys near the Azores and Madeira have shown linear features that some researchers believe could be ancient roads or walls. Even more compelling are the discoveries being made in shallower waters, where satellites can sometimes see through to the seabed. In the Bahamas, near the famous Bimini Road, researchers using aerial and satellite imagery have spotted what look like rectangular foundations, circles, and linear causeways stretching for hundreds of feet. Some of these patterns align with what would have been prime coastal real estate during the last ice age, when sea levels were lower and the biomass banks were dry land. If these are indeed man-made, they could represent the remains of a sophisticated coastal city now lying just below the surface. One of the most dramatic cases comes from the Indian Ocean, where a team of scientists using sonar discovered what they believe could be a massive, ancient city lying off the coast of Gujarat in the Gulf of Cambay. The site covers several square miles and contains structures arranged in grid-like patterns. Artifacts recovered from the seabed, including pottery shards and human remains, have been carbon dated to as much as 9,000 years old, making it potentially one of the oldest urban sites ever discovered. While not directly related to Atlantis, it proves that large, organized settlements were being built near coastlines far earlier than previously thought, exactly the kind of civilization that could have been wiped out by rising seas. Advances in satellite imaging have also allowed researchers to detect subtle anomalies on land that may represent ancient shorelines, riverbeds, or even buried cities. Using LiDAR, light detection and ranging, scientists can strip away vegetation and see the ground as it would appear from above, revealing hidden ruins. In Central America, LiDAR has uncovered vast Mayan cities hidden beneath the jungle canopy, proving that entire civilizations can remain invisible until technology reveals them. If this is true on land, imagine what might still be hidden under hundreds of feet of ocean sediment. One particularly intriguing development is the use of magnetometry and gravity mapping to detect unusual densities beneath the seafloor. These techniques can reveal buried stone structures or voids that might once have been tunnels, chambers, or buildings. In several locations along the mid-Atlantic ridge, researchers have found anomalies suggesting that massive structures may be buried there, though further investigation is needed to confirm their nature. If these turn out to be ruins, they could match Plato's description of an island beyond the Pillars of Hercules, swallowed by the sea. Skeptics argue that many of these discoveries are misinterpretations of natural geology. They point out that volcanic processes, tectonic activity, and erosion can produce straight lines and rectangular shapes that mimic man-made structures. While this is true, the growing number of such anomalies being discovered worldwide is difficult to ignore. When a feature has right angles, consistent measurements, and a repeating pattern, it becomes increasingly hard to explain away as a quirk of nature. Perhaps most exciting is that technology is improving year by year. New generations of satellites, with better resolution and penetrating capabilities, are coming online. Autonomous underwater vehicles, AUVs, can now map large areas of the ocean floor autonomously, returning with terabytes of high-resolution data. Machine learning algorithms are being trained to scan these images and flag potential archaeological sites, allowing researchers to focus their efforts more efficiently. We are on the brink of a golden age of discovery beneath the waves. What all this means is that the question of Atlantis may not remain a mystery forever. For the first time in history, we have the ability to search systematically and scientifically for lost cities under the ocean. And if even one of these anomalies turns out to be a genuine ruin from 10,000 or 12,000 years ago, it would rewrite everything we know about human history. Plato's account would no longer be just a story. It would be a record of a real place, a real people, and a real catastrophe. Each new scan, each new image, brings us closer to the moment of truth. Are we looking at the footprints of Atlantis? Are we seeing the last echoes of a civilization that once ruled the waves? The next step is to hear from the people on the front lines, the explorers, scientists, and divers who have seen these anomalies with their own eyes. Their testimony will take us from the realm of satellite pixels and sonar maps into the raw, human experience of discovering the impossible. Behind every sonar image, every satellite scan, and every headline about a new underwater discovery is a team of explorers who risked everything to bring those clues to light. These are the men and women who dive into darkness, pilot robotic submarines into crushing depths, and return with stories that blur the line between science and legend. To truly feel the weight of the Atlantis mystery, we must hear from those who have looked into the abyss and seen something that defies explanation. Take Dr. Pauline Zalitsky, the ocean engineer who first surveyed the mysterious structures off the coast of Cuba. When I saw the sonar data for the first time, she recalls, my breath caught in my throat. The shapes were too regular, too organized. I thought, this is not nature. This is the work of intelligent hands. Her words carry the excitement of someone who has glimpsed a secret kept hidden for millennia. And yet, she is cautious. Science demands evidence, she adds. We have to return, take samples, and date them. But I can tell you this, what is down there is extraordinary. Explorers often describe a moment of quiet or when they first encounter an underwater anomaly. Veteran diver and researcher Bill Donato has led multiple expeditions to the Bimini Road. The first time I descended and saw those massive stone blocks stretching into the distance, it felt like standing on a forgotten highway. He says, you can feel it in your bones. Someone built this. You run your hand along the edge of the stone, and it's as smooth as if it was cut yesterday. For Donato, the debate over whether the formation is natural or artificial will never be settled until proper excavation is carried out. Some of the most dramatic accounts come from those who operate remotely operated vehicles, ROVs, in the deep ocean. Pilot recordings describe moments when the camera sweeps across the seafloor and suddenly reveals right angles, walls, or steps. It's eerie, one operator said in a recent interview. You're looking at something no human eyes have seen in thousands of years. The ocean floor is supposed to be chaotic and random, but then you see something that looks like architecture, like a plaza or foundation. It makes the hair stand up on your neck. Even geologists, who are typically cautious, have been taken aback by what they've seen. Dr. Charles Belitz, who has studied submerged structures in the Mediterranean, recalls a dive near the coast of Malta. We were surveying a known temple site when we noticed a set of massive stones lying under 30 feet of water. They were aligned perfectly, just like the temples on land. It suggests that this was once dry ground, part of a much larger complex. If that's true, then Malta's history stretches back thousands of years further than we thought. The emotional impact of these discoveries is hard to overstate. Many explorers speak of feeling a sense of connection, as though they are communing with the past. When you're down there, it's silent except for the hiss of your regulator, says marine archaeologist Laura Clegg. You imagine the people who built this place, what their lives were like, what happened to them. And you realize you might be standing at ground zero of one of the greatest tragedies in human history. Not all experiences are serene. Some divers report an unsettling atmosphere at certain sites, as if the ocean itself guards its secrets. Strong currents, sudden changes in visibility, and equipment malfunctions have plagued expeditions, adding a layer of danger to the search. "It feels almost alive down there," one diver admitted. "Like the sea doesn't want to give up what it's hiding." These personal accounts breathe life into what might otherwise remain abstract data. They remind us that the search for Atlantis is not just a scientific endeavor but a human adventure filled with risk, wonder, and perseverance. Every diver who descends into the deep takes with them a piece of our collective hope, the hope that we might finally solve a mystery that has haunted us for millennia. And yet, as thrilling as these discoveries are, they come with a cost. Funding for underwater archaeology is scarce, and many expeditions rely on private sponsors or independent researchers willing to stake their reputations on controversial finds. Some explorers have faced ridicule from academia, their discoveries dismissed before they can be properly studied. "You have to be brave," says Zalitsky, "brave enough to face the unknown, and brave enough to face the critics." The voices of these explorers form a chorus that cannot be ignored. They are telling us that something is down there, something that does not fit neatly into our current picture of history. The question is whether we are willing to look closer, invest the resources, and follow the evidence wherever it leads. In the next section, we will meet the scientists who are putting their careers on the line to do exactly that. Experts who are challenging the orthodox view of prehistory and risking professional exile to explore the possibility that Plato's tale was real all along. In the halls of academia, challenging the accepted timeline of human history is no small matter. Scholars spend years building careers on established models, and overturning those models can invite criticism, ridicule, and professional risk. Yet a growing number of scientists and researchers are stepping forward, willing to face the backlash in order to follow the evidence wherever it leads. They are the mavericks of modern archaeology, those who dare to suggest that Plato's account of Atlantis might be based on a real, historical event. One of the most prominent figures in this movement is Dr. Graham Hancock, a journalist and researcher who has spent decades arguing that a forgotten civilization once thrived during the last ice age. Hancock's books, such as Fingerprints of the Gods and Magicians of the Gods, compile evidence from geology, archaeology, and mythology to propose that a global cataclysm around 12,000 years ago wiped out an advanced culture. While Hancock is not an academic archaeologist, his work has sparked worldwide debate and inspired countless others to look at the past with fresh eyes. He argues that sites like Göbekli Tepe, with its sophisticated megaliths dating to 9,600 BCE, prove that humans were building monumental architecture long before mainstream timelines allow. Supporting Hancock's views is Dr. Randall Carlson, a geologist and catastrophist who has studied the effects of comet impacts and rapid climate change. Carlson has presented compelling evidence that the Younger Dryas period may have been triggered by a cosmic impact event, a theory that aligns perfectly with Plato's timeline for the destruction of Atlantis. Through his lectures and collaborations with Hancock, Carlson has become a leading voice in the call to reconsider the end of the Ice Age not as a slow, gentle thaw, but as a period of chaos and catastrophe that reshaped human history. Then there are archaeologists like Dr. Zahi Hawass, the former minister of antiquities in Egypt, who, while a staunch defender of mainstream Egyptology, has acknowledged that the origins of Egyptian civilization remain a mystery. The sudden appearance of writing, monumental architecture, and complex religion around 3000 BCE continues to puzzle scholars. Some researchers argue that this sudden flowering is evidence of inherited knowledge from an earlier source, perhaps a remnant of Atlantis survivors. While Hawass himself disputes the Atlantis connection, his openness to exploring Egypt's prehistoric past has encouraged new digs and studies that might one day yield surprises. Marine archaeologist Dr. Paulina Weinzweig, who co-discovered the Cuban underwater megaliths, has spoken publicly about the need for serious scientific investigation of submerged sites. She has called for international collaboration to return to the site with advanced equipment, take samples, and conduct dating studies. Her cautious but optimistic stance exemplifies the balance between skepticism and curiosity that true science requires. We cannot dismiss these structures until we study them properly, she insists. If they turn out to be natural, so be it. But if they are artificial, they will change history. Even within academia, there are voices quietly pushing for a re-evaluation of prehistory. Dr. Ewan Mackey, a respected British archaeologist, once suggested that megalithic structures in Britain could have been influenced by a much older tradition of advanced builders. His willingness to consider unconventional ideas, such as prehistoric knowledge of astronomy, made him a pioneer of archaeoastronomy. Similarly, geologist Dr. Robert Schoch shocked the world when he proposed that the Great Sphinx of Giza shows evidence of water erosion, suggesting it could be thousands of years older than the dynastic Egyptians. Schoch's theory places the Sphinx's construction in the same time frame as the end of the Ice Age, another tantalizing clue that something significant was happening globally at that time. These researchers often face harsh criticism. Their ideas are labeled pseudoscience, their reputations attacked, and their work dismissed by traditional peer-reviewed journals. And yet, many of their predictions have been vindicated over time. The discovery of Göbekli Tepe, for instance, confirmed that advanced stoneworking existed thousands of years earlier than previously believed, exactly what Hancock and others had argued. Each new discovery erodes the once solid wall of skepticism and opens the door a little wider for alternative theories. What unites these scientists and thinkers is a refusal to accept that the past is fully known. They remind us that history is not a fixed narrative but an ever-evolving puzzle. As technology reveals more of the ocean floor and uncovers more megalithic sites, the possibility that an advanced Ice Age civilization existed becomes less speculative and more plausible. These researchers are not claiming certainty. They are calling for investigation, for funding, for open-mindedness. Their courage is not just academic but personal. To challenge orthodoxy is to risk career and credibility. Yet they persist, driven by the conviction that the greatest story ever told may still be waiting to be discovered beneath the waves. They know that if Atlantis is found, it will not just rewrite textbooks. It will redefine what it means to be human. It will prove that we are part of a much older, richer saga than we ever imagined. And as more professionals lend their voices to this search, the stigma surrounding Atlantis research begins to fade. What was once the province of mystics and dreamers is becoming a legitimate scientific question. If a single submerged city is conclusively proven to date back 12,000 years, the academic world will have no choice but to reconsider its timelines. The next section will take us inside the laboratories and research centers where new tools, from carbon dating to DNA sequencing, are being used to put these claims to the test and bring hard science into the heart of the mystery. For centuries, the story of Atlantis has hovered between legend and history. But in the last few decades, science has begun to close that gap. The mystery is no longer confined to ancient texts and diver anecdotes. It now sits under microscopes, inside spectrometers, and in the results of high-precision dating tests. The laboratories of the modern world are becoming the new battleground for the truth about Atlantis, as researchers use advanced tools to determine just how old these underwater structures, artifacts, and anomalies really are. One of the most important techniques in this quest is radiocarbon dating. By measuring the amount of carbon-14 remaining in organic material, such as wood, charcoal, or even shells, scientists can estimate when the material was last alive. This method has revolutionized archaeology by providing absolute dates for sites and artifacts. In the case of potential Atlantean ruins, radiocarbon dating can determine whether the structures predate the accepted timeline for civilization. When researchers studying the Gulf of Cambay site off India recovered wooden artifacts and carbon-dated them to around 9,500 years ago, it shocked the archaeological community. That date places the site at the dawn of the Holocene, contemporaneous with Plato's claim about Atlantis' destruction. But radiocarbon dating is not the only tool available. Thermoluminescence dating, which measures the last time a piece of pottery or stone was heated, allows scientists to determine when humans may have fired ceramics or used hearths. This technique has been applied to artifacts from submerged sites, revealing surprisingly ancient occupation dates. Optically stimulated luminescence, OSL, can even date the last time sediment was exposed to sunlight, helping to reconstruct when coastal areas were flooded and buried. Together, these techniques allow researchers to build a detailed timeline of when these now-drowned landscapes were inhabited. Petrographic analysis is another critical method. By examining the mineral composition and microstructure of stone blocks, scientists can determine whether they were shaped by human hands or by natural geological processes. This is particularly important in places like Bimini, Yonaguni, and Cuba, where skeptics argue that the structures are natural. Under microscopic examination, tool marks, chisel lines, and evidence of quarrying can sometimes be detected, proof that the stones were deliberately cut and placed. If such marks are ever confirmed on large-scale underwater sites, it would provide irrefutable evidence of construction by an intelligent culture. Chemical analysis can also reveal fascinating details. Traces of metals, pigments, or binding agents on stones can indicate advanced construction techniques. For example, some researchers believe that certain ancient cultures used a form of geopolymer concrete to create megalithic blocks, casting them in place rather than carving them from quarries. If similar technology were found at a site suspected to be Atlantis, it would suggest a level of materials science that predates anything known from the Bronze Age. Isotope analysis provides another layer of insight. By measuring the ratios of oxygen and hydrogen isotopes in sediments or coral growths, scientists can reconstruct past climate conditions, determining when sea levels rose or when massive flooding events occurred. These reconstructions often line up eerily well with the timeline Plato provided. For instance, studies of meltwater pulses show that around 11,600 years ago, exactly when Plato dated Atlantis' demise, there was a dramatic and rapid rise in global sea levels. This correlation is hard to ignore. DNA analysis is also coming into play. Genetic material extracted from ancient remains can reveal population movements, showing where refugees might have gone after a catastrophe. If skeletons found in coastal or island sites show admixture from distant populations, it could suggest that survivors of a sunken homeland spread out and mingled with other groups, leaving behind a genetic breadcrumb trail. As ancient DNA techniques improve, we may one day trace these migrations with extraordinary precision. All of these scientific tests must meet a high bar of rigor to convince the academic world. Samples must be carefully collected to avoid contamination. Laboratories must run controls, and results must be reproducible. This is why funding is so crucial. Without proper resources, promising discoveries remain stuck in the realm of speculation. Unfortunately, underwater archaeology is expensive, and sites that could hold the key to our past often go unstudied for years due to lack of support. Yet progress is being made. International collaborations are bringing together oceanographers, geologists, archaeologists, and geneticists to tackle these mysteries as a team. Multidisciplinary approaches are becoming the norm, with expeditions combining sonar mapping, coarse sampling, and immediate lab testing of recovered material. Each discovery adds a piece to the puzzle, gradually building a scientific case that Plato's account may have been based on a real event. Even skeptics are beginning to take notice as the data piles up. When sites consistently date to the late Ice Age, when structures show signs of deliberate shaping, and when genetic evidence reveals sudden migrations, the possibility of a lost civilization becomes harder to dismiss. The narrative shifts from Atlantis is a myth to something big happened 12,000 years ago, and we are only beginning to understand it. This laboratory work is not glamorous. It does not have the romance of divers exploring ruins or explorers mapping new coastlines. But it is here, in the quiet hum of machines and the glow of computer screens, that the truth will ultimately be decided. The mystery of Atlantis will not be solved by speculation alone. It will be solved by data. As the evidence grows, the conversation is changing. What was once considered pseudoscience is entering the realm of legitimate inquiry. The next step is to bring all of this data together: the myths, the maps, the ruins, the dates, and construct a picture of what Atlantis might have been. In the following section, we will attempt just that, to assemble a coherent theory supported by science that describes the rise, glory, and catastrophic fall of the fabled lost civilization. After journeying through myths, maps, ruins, genetic clues, and geological evidence, we are now in a position to weave the strands together into a single narrative, a plausible scenario for what Atlantis might have been. No longer just a poetic tale. This theory draws on hard science, archaeology, and climatology to construct a picture of a civilization that rose during the late Ice Age, thrived for millennia, and perished in a cataclysm whose memory still echoes in myths worldwide. Imagine the world 12,000 to 15,000 years ago. Sea levels were hundreds of feet lower, exposing vast continental shelves and creating large islands where today there is only open ocean. The fertile coasts of what is now the Atlantic, the Mediterranean, and the Caribbean would have been prime territory for human settlement. It is here that Atlantis may have flourished, not as a single city-state, but as a network of settlements connected by maritime trade. The Atlanteans, as Plato described, may have been master seafarers, using their knowledge of navigation to create a far-reaching culture that linked Europe, Africa, and the Americas. This civilization would have had access to rich resources, fertile plains for agriculture, abundant fisheries, and perhaps even deposits of rare metals like orichalcum, which Plato said lined their temples. Their engineering skills would have allowed them to irrigate fields, build canals, and construct impressive stone architecture. The concentric ring design of their capital city may have been not just symbolic but practical, a way to manage water flow, protect against flooding, and organize urban life with remarkable efficiency. For thousands of years, this culture might have enjoyed stability and prosperity, spreading its influence across the Atlantic. The similarities in megalithic architecture found in disparate parts of the world, from the Mediterranean to Mesoamerica, could represent cultural diffusion from this central hub. The Atlanteans may have been remembered as culture bringers, the gods or demigods who taught agriculture, astronomy, and law to less advanced peoples after the Great Flood. But nature would not let this golden age last forever. Around 12,800 years ago, a sudden cosmic impact or series of airbursts may have struck the planet, triggering the Younger Dryas Cold period. Firestorms, earthquakes, and massive floods would have devastated coastal populations. The Atlanteans, whose cities lay on low-lying islands and continental shelves, would have been especially vulnerable. Their harbors and farmlands would have been destroyed, and their population decimated. The survivors would have been forced to flee inland or to higher ground, carrying with them fragments of their knowledge. Over the next 1,200 years, as the climate warmed again and the ice sheets melted, sea levels would rise dramatically, a process that geologists call meltwater pulse 1b. By around 11,600 years ago, much of the world's coastal real estate would have been underwater. Whatever remained of Atlantis infrastructure would have been swallowed by the sea, leaving only scattered memories in the minds of the survivors. To those who lived through it, the destruction must have felt instantaneous, a single day and night of misfortune that ended their world. The refugees of this disaster may have founded or influenced the earliest known civilizations. In Egypt, they could have become the followers of Horus remembered in ancient texts, bringing advanced knowledge to the Nile Valley. In Mesopotamia, they may have inspired the Sumerian legends of antediluvian kings and sages. In the Americas, they could have been remembered as Viracocha or Quetzalcoatl, the bearded gods who arrived from across the sea to teach humanity. These echoes suggest that Atlantis' legacy was not lost but scattered, forming the foundation of human history as we know it. Plato's account, passed down through Solon from Egyptian priests, may represent the most complete surviving memory of this cataclysm. His description of Atlantis' size, location, and sudden destruction aligns with what we know of late Ice Age geography and climate events. While his tale may contain symbolic elements, it appears rooted in a genuine historical memory of a great civilization and its fall. Critically, this theory does not require continents to sink or impossible geological events. It relies on known science, post-glacial sea level rise, impact events, and tectonic activity that could submerge coastal areas. It explains why no major ruins have been found on land. They are likely on the seafloor, under hundreds of feet of water. It explains the sudden rise of civilizations after the Ice Age. They were not beginning from scratch, but rebuilding from the remnants of an earlier age. Of course, much of this theory remains to be proven. We still need definitive archaeological evidence, datable ruins, inscriptions, or artifacts that clearly link a site to the timeline Plato described. But as technology advances, the chances of finding such evidence grow stronger by the year. The oceans are slowly revealing their secrets, and each new discovery brings us closer to confirming whether Atlantis was real. If this reconstruction is correct, then Atlantis was not just a lost city but the centerpiece of humanity's first great experiment in civilization, a civilization wiped from the map by forces beyond its control. Its story is both a warning and an inspiration, a reminder of how fragile human achievements can be and how resilient we are in the face of catastrophe. In the next section, we will look at what finding Atlantis would mean for us today. Beyond the thrill of discovery, what are the implications for history, science, and our understanding of who we are? And perhaps more importantly, are we prepared to face the possibility that the rise and fall of civilizations is a cycle, and that we may not be immune to the same fate? If Atlantis were discovered tomorrow, not as a myth, but as a verifiable, datable archaeological site, the implications would be nothing short of revolutionary. It would be the greatest historical discovery in human history, one that would force us to rewrite the very story of who we are and where we came from. The ripple effects would touch every field, from archaeology and anthropology to genetics, climate science, and even philosophy. The discovery of Atlantis would not simply add a chapter to the history books. It would rewrite the entire book. First, it would extend the known timeline of civilization by thousands of years. Our current understanding places the rise of the first cities around 6,000 years ago, with writing and monumental architecture developing in Sumer, Egypt, and the Indus Valley. If Atlantis is proven to have existed 12,000 years ago, it would double the length of recorded civilization and demonstrate that humanity was capable of complex urban life far earlier than previously believed. This would overturn the linear model of progress that has dominated archaeology for more than a century, suggesting instead that civilization may rise, fall, and rise again in cycles. Such a discovery would also force us to re-evaluate myths and oral traditions. For centuries, scholars have treated flood myths as symbolic or allegorical. But if Atlantis is real, Those myths may represent genuine historical memory, faithfully preserved through countless generations. This would restore credibility to ancient traditions and encourage researchers to treat them as valuable sources of data rather than mere folklore. We might begin to see mythology not as fantasy but as a kind of coded history, one that preserves truths about catastrophes, migrations, and lost homelands. The implications for science would be profound. Proving that an advanced civilization existed during the Ice Age would raise urgent questions. What technologies did they possess? How did they organize their societies? Did they understand astronomy, mathematics, and engineering at levels comparable to, or beyond, later civilizations? Answering these questions could provide insights into the origins of key inventions, from agriculture to architecture. If artifacts of Atlantean technology are ever recovered, they might even inspire new innovations today, just as the rediscovery of Greek and Roman knowledge fueled the Renaissance. Atlantis' discovery would also transform our understanding of climate history. It would highlight the catastrophic effects of sudden climate change and sea level rise, showing us that human civilizations are vulnerable to natural forces far beyond their control. This could serve as a powerful lesson for our own time, as we face rising seas and environmental instability. Atlantis would no longer just be a cautionary tale told by Plato. It would be a real-world case study in the fragility of civilization. Its destruction could remind us that even the most advanced societies can fall if they ignore the warning signs of planetary change. There would also be cultural and spiritual ramifications. Many people would see the discovery as validation of ancient wisdom, from Egyptian records to indigenous flood myths. It might even challenge religious and philosophical frameworks, forcing us to reconcile sacred texts with a new, older timeline for humanity. Some would interpret Atlantis' rediscovery as a sign, perhaps that we are entering a new cycle of knowledge, or that we are ready to reclaim what was lost. But the implications would not be purely academic. The political and economic impact of finding Atlantis would be enormous. The location of the site would instantly become one of the most important archaeological zones on Earth, attracting scientists, treasure hunters, and tourists from around the world. Questions of ownership would arise. Which nation or group would have the right to excavate, protect, and profit from the site? International cooperation would likely be necessary to balance preservation with study, ensuring that the ruins are not exploited or destroyed. There is also the potential for controversy. Some discoveries could be inconvenient, challenging long-held national or cultural narratives. If it turns out that key technologies or ideas originated from Atlantis, it might challenge claims of originality made by later civilizations. The notion that we are all heirs to a shared, global heritage could be both unifying and unsettling, forcing us to rethink concepts of identity and cultural pride. For scientists, the discovery would be both exhilarating and daunting. Entire fields of study would be reshaped overnight. Archaeologists would have to develop new methods for excavating underwater cities on a scale never before attempted. Historians would need to rewrite chronologies, integrating Atlantis into the broader sweep of human development. Geneticists would look for Atlantean signatures in modern populations, tracing how the survivors spread and mingled with other groups. It would be a time of unprecedented collaboration and perhaps unprecedented controversy. Philosophically, the rediscovery of Atlantis would confront us with deep questions about human nature. If our ancestors built a great civilization and lost it, what lessons can we learn from their fate? Were they destroyed by hubris, as Plato suggested, or by forces beyond their control? Are we repeating the same mistakes today? The story of Atlantis might serve as both an inspiration, showing that humans were capable of greatness long ago, and a warning that our achievements can vanish overnight if we are not careful. Finally, the psychological impact cannot be overstated. To know that we are not the first advanced civilization would fundamentally change how we see ourselves. We would no longer view history as a slow climb from ignorance to enlightenment, but as a cycle of creation, destruction, and renewal. This could inspire a sense of humility, and perhaps a sense of destiny. If Atlantis fell and humanity rose again, perhaps we are meant to continue that cycle, building a civilization that learns from the past rather than repeating it. In the end, the discovery of Atlantis would be a turning point for humanity. It would bridge the gap between myth and history, between science and legend. It would remind us that the past is not dead but waiting for us to uncover it, to listen to its lessons, and to carry its wisdom forward. And perhaps, just perhaps, it would challenge us to become the kind of civilization that will not one day become a lost legend itself. In the next section, we will explore how modern culture is already preparing us for such a revelation, from movies and books to news reports, and how the myth of Atlantis has shaped our collective imagination, priming us for the day when the legend becomes reality. Few myths have captured the collective imagination of humanity like Atlantis. Over the centuries, it has evolved from a cautionary tale in Plato's dialogues into a cultural icon, appearing in books, films, television shows, video games, and conspiracy theories. This constant presence in popular culture has done more than entertain. It has primed us to expect, even long for, the day when Atlantis might be found. In many ways, modern culture has been preparing us for the psychological impact of discovering a lost civilization beneath the waves. The 19th and 20th centuries saw a surge of interest in Atlantis, spurred by works like Ignatius Donnelly's Atlantis, the Antediluvian World. Donnelly argued that Atlantis was the source of all ancient civilizations and technologies, a bold claim that resonated with a public eager for romantic notions of a forgotten golden age. His book became a bestseller and sparked an entire genre of speculative literature, with writers imagining Atlantean airships, advanced science, and global influence. This early popularization of Atlantis laid the groundwork for its transition into mainstream fiction. Hollywood soon picked up the thread, using Atlantis as a backdrop for adventure and fantasy. Films like Disney's Atlantis, The Lost Empire reimagined the city as a technologically advanced utopia waiting to be rediscovered. In superhero lore, Atlantis became home to Aquaman, a powerful kingdom under the sea. Television series like Stargate Atlantis presented it as an intergalactic hub of ancient knowledge. Each portrayal reinforced the idea that Atlantis was not just a myth but a real place we might someday find, and that its rediscovery would come with profound implications for humanity. Video games and literature have also played a role. Titles like Tomb Raider and Assassin's Creed have featured storylines where players uncover ancient technologies and secrets of a pre-flood civilization, blurring the line between history and imagination. Science fiction authors often use Atlantis as a metaphor for hubris, depicting civilizations that achieve great technological heights only to be undone by their own excesses. These narratives echo Plato's moral lesson, but also encourage us to think of ourselves as potential heirs to that legacy. Interestingly, the myth of Atlantis has also shaped fringe theories and alternative histories. From psychic readings by Edgar Cayce to the speculative writings of theosophists, Atlantis has been linked to everything from crystal power to alien intervention. While mainstream scholars dismiss many of these claims, they have kept Atlantis in the public conversation, ensuring that each new discovery of a submerged ruin or anomaly is met with renewed excitement. This cultural saturation has an important psychological effect. Humanity is now primed to accept the idea that a great civilization could have existed and been lost. When Göbekli Tepe was discovered and dated to 9600 BCE, the public reaction was not disbelief but fascination, as though people were ready to be told that history is older and stranger than they thought. If Atlantis were confirmed tomorrow, it would be shocking, yes, but it would also feel strangely familiar. We have been telling ourselves this story for generations, waiting for the evidence to catch up. Atlantis in modern culture also serves as a mirror, reflecting our hopes and fears about the future. In some stories, Atlantis is a utopia, a place of peace, wisdom, and limitless energy. In others, it is a warning, a civilization destroyed by arrogance and greed. These dual narratives shape how we might respond to its rediscovery. Would we see it as an inspiration to build a better world, or as a grim reminder of what happens when humanity overreaches? The myth also fuels our fascination with the ocean itself. The idea that entire cities could lie beneath the waves makes the sea feel alive, mysterious, and full of secrets. This has inspired generations of explorers, scientists, and adventurers to seek what lies beyond the next horizon. In this way, Atlantis is not just a story of the past, but a motivator for discovery, pushing us to explore the most remote corners of our planet. Moreover, Atlantis has become a cultural shorthand for lost knowledge. When people talk about ancient mysteries, megalithic builders, or hidden technologies, Atlantis is often the name invoked. Its rediscovery would therefore be seen not just as finding a city, but as uncovering a lost chapter of human wisdom, a chance to reclaim something we have forgotten about ourselves. The sheer volume of books, documentaries, podcasts, and online debates about Atlantis ensures that when real evidence is finally uncovered, the world will be ready. There will be no need to explain why it matters. People will instinctively understand that this is not just an archaeological discovery, but a civilizational event. Atlantis has been living rent-free in our collective imagination for centuries, and its confirmation would feel like the culmination of a story we have all been telling ourselves. In the next section, we will explore how this fascination might shape the actual search for Atlantis, the expeditions being planned, the technology being deployed, and the global effort that could soon turn speculation into proof. The quest for Atlantis is no longer the domain of dreamers and armchair theorists. It has become a truly global effort. Around the world, scientists, explorers, and even governments are deploying cutting-edge technology to scan the ocean floor, survey ancient coastlines, and investigate anomalies that could hold the key to one of history's greatest mysteries. Never before have we had such a coordinated, multidisciplinary search for a single lost civilization. If Atlantis is out there, we are closer than ever to finding it. One of the most significant developments has been the rise of large-scale ocean mapping projects. Initiatives like SEBA 2030 aim to map the entire ocean floor in high resolution by the end of this decade. Using multi-beam sonar, autonomous underwater vehicles, AUVs, and satellite altimetry, these projects are producing detailed bathymetric charts that reveal every ridge, trench, and plateau. For Atlantis researchers, this is a goldmine, a way to pinpoint possible locations for further investigation. When a suspiciously flat plateau or a geometric anomaly is found, teams can be dispatched to explore it up close. Expeditions are also targeting specific hot zones long associated with Atlantis theories. The Azores, Madeira, and Canary Islands are frequent destinations for oceanographic research vessels, as these regions lie on the mid-Atlantic ridge, a geologically active area that could have hosted islands now submerged. Sonar surveys here have revealed features that some researchers believe could be ancient harbors or walls, though more study is needed. Similar work is ongoing in the Caribbean, especially around Bimini, Andros, and Cuba, where promising formations have been identified. Technology is playing a starring role in these efforts. Remote-operated vehicles, ROVs, equipped with high-definition cameras can dive to depths of several thousand feet, capturing images of the seafloor in stunning clarity. Some IOVs can even collect samples, allowing scientists to test whether stone blocks are natural or quarried. AUVs are capable of running precise grid searches, mapping huge areas while researchers monitor from the surface. Drones, too, are being used in shallow waters to photograph anomalies and create photogrammetric 3D models of submerged ruins. Satellite technology has also joined the hunt. High-resolution imagery and radar can reveal ancient river channels, shorelines, and even submerged building foundations in shallow waters. In some cases, infrared imaging can detect buried structures by measuring subtle temperature differences. These tools allow researchers to narrow down search areas before committing expensive ship time to direct exploration. Collaboration is key. Universities, independent researchers, and even private companies are pooling their resources. Crowdfunding campaigns have helped finance expeditions to sites like Yonaguni and Bimini, demonstrating the public's hunger for answers. In some cases, governments are stepping in to protect potential sites, recognizing that if Atlantis or any similar lost city is found, it will be a cultural treasure of global significance. International teams are also sharing data more openly than ever. Projects like oceanic, which combine exploration with media outreach, ensure that discoveries are quickly publicized and analyzed by experts worldwide. This open science approach helps weed out false positives while allowing promising leads to be investigated by multiple groups. The goal is to build a body of evidence that can withstand academic scrutiny. There are, of course, challenges. Deep-sea exploration is expensive and logistically complex. Weather, currents, and depth can make some areas nearly inaccessible. Funding is always a limiting factor. Many promising sites remain unexplored simply because there are not enough resources to investigate them all. And when discoveries are made, there is often debate over how to interpret them: natural formation or human-made, genuine ruin or wishful thinking. Despite these obstacles, the momentum is undeniable. Each year brings new expeditions, new images, and new debates. In 2022, a team using deep-sea drones discovered what they called a yellow brick road at the summit of a submerged volcano near Hawaii, a natural formation, but one so uncanny that it reignited public interest in lost cities. Discoveries like this remind us that the ocean floor is full of surprises, and that something truly extraordinary may be waiting just beyond the next ridge. The search for Atlantis is also inspiring new generations of explorers. Students and young scientists are drawn to the mystery, seeing it as a way to combine adventure with meaningful research. Universities are offering courses in marine archaeology, and new research vessels are being built specifically for ocean exploration. What was once considered a fringe pursuit is now a legitimate scientific endeavor, supported by major institutions and cutting-edge technology. Perhaps most importantly, the search is becoming truly global. From Japan to India, from the Mediterranean to the Caribbean, researchers are connecting dots and sharing findings. The idea that Atlantis, or some other lost Ice Age civilization, might have existed is no longer dismissed out of hand. Instead, it is seen as a question worth asking, one that could redefine human history if answered. The stage is set for breakthrough. With every sonar sweep and every ROV dive, we get closer to a definitive discovery. It may come in the form of a single artifact, a worked stone, a piece of metal, a datable fragment, that confirms human presence in a now-submerged region during the late Ice Age. When that day comes, the search will shift from speculation to excavation, and the world will witness the birth of a new chapter in archaeology. In the next section, we will look at how the media and public might respond when such a discovery is finally confirmed, and what steps scientists will need to take to protect the site and study it responsibly. The moment Atlantis is confirmed, the world will change overnight. Imagine the headline flashing across every screen: "Lost City of Atlantis Discovered." Within hours, news agencies would dispatch reporters, scientists would rush to comment, and social media would explode with speculation and debate. The discovery would dominate the global conversation, eclipsing politics, sports, and even celebrity gossip. It would be more than just an archaeological story. It would be a cultural and scientific event of unprecedented magnitude. The media's first task would be to show the public what was found. Images of the site, sonar scans, underwater footage, perhaps even artifacts brought to the surface, would go viral. Documentaries would be fast-tracked, experts interviewed, and every news outlet would scramble to put the discovery into context. The first question everyone would ask, does it really match Plato's description? Reporters would compare the ruins with his writings, pointing out every detail that aligns: the rings, the canals, the temples. For the first time in history, a 2,400-year-old story would leap from the pages of philosophy into the evening news. Governments would also respond quickly. If the site were found in international waters, there would be an urgent debate about jurisdiction. Which nation or coalition would have the right to protect, excavate, and study it? The United Nations might step in to declare it a World Heritage Site, ensuring that the ruins are preserved and not plundered. Maritime law experts would be consulted, and negotiations would begin over who controls access. If the site lay within a single country's exclusive economic zone, that nation would suddenly find itself the steward of the most important archaeological discovery in human history. The scientific community would mobilize as never before. Marine archaeologists, geologists, geneticists, and historians would converge on the site, eager to take samples, map every stone, and piece together the story. International teams would likely collaborate to prevent any single group from monopolizing the data. Peer-reviewed studies would be rushed to publication, and conferences would be convened to discuss the implications. The discovery would be a career-defining moment for anyone involved, and perhaps a career-defining moment for skeptics who had dismissed Atlantis as pure fiction. Meanwhile, the public reaction would be a mix of awe, excitement, and controversy. For many, the confirmation of Atlantis would be a vindication, proof that myths contain truth, that ancient legends are more than campfire stories. Spiritual movements might claim the discovery as validation of their teachings, while alternative historians would celebrate it as proof that mainstream archaeology had been wrong for decades. Others might react with fear, interpreting the rediscovery of Atlantis as a sign of coming upheaval or as a warning from the past about repeating its mistakes. Tourism would skyrocket, even if the site were hundreds of feet underwater. People would clamor for virtual tours, documentaries, and museum exhibits featuring recovered artifacts. Companies might develop immersive VR experiences, allowing people to walk through the city as it once was. The discovery could inspire a new generation of scientists and explorers, fueling interest in archaeology, oceanography, and history. But there would also be challenges. The site would need protection from looters, treasure hunters, and opportunists seeking to exploit it. Governments and NGOs would likely deploy security measures to prevent unauthorized dives or salvage operations. Ethical questions would arise about whether to remove artifacts or leave them in place, whether to allow commercial exploitation, and how to share the knowledge with the world. There would be intense pressure to balance preservation with study, ensuring that the site is not damaged by overzealous exploration. Academia would face its own reckoning. The discovery would force scholars to revise textbooks, rewrite timelines, and rethink long-held assumptions about the origins of civilization. Some careers built on the denial of a pre-Ice Age civilization might face backlash, while younger researchers might seize the opportunity to explore bold new theories. The confirmation of Atlantis would not just change archaeology, it would change the way we think about ourselves as a species. Religious and philosophical institutions might also weigh in. Some might see Atlantis as a pre-biblical civilization, perhaps even linking it to the antediluvian world mentioned in sacred texts. Others might interpret it as a cautionary tale of divine judgment, urging humanity to avoid the same fate. The rediscovery would ignite debates not only about history but about destiny. If Atlantis fell due to hubris, what does that say about the trajectory of our own civilization? Social media would amplify every angle, from scientific updates to wild conspiracy theories. Memes, videos, and viral threads would spread speculation about Atlantean technology, lost wisdom, and hidden treasures. While this could create confusion, it would also keep the story alive, ensuring that the world remains focused on the unfolding investigation. Ultimately, the confirmation of Atlantis would be more than just a discovery. It would be a moment of global unity. For once, the world would stop and look back together, marveling at a shared heritage that predates nations, languages, and borders. It would remind us that we are all connected, all descendants of survivors of a world that once was. In the next section, we will explore how humanity might approach the excavation and study of Atlantis, the technologies, protocols, and ethics that will guide us as we uncover the city stone by stone, and the questions we hope to answer once we step inside its ruins. The confirmation of Atlantis would only be the beginning. Once the world knows that a lost civilization truly lies beneath the sea, the next great challenge would be figuring out how to study it responsibly. Excavating a submerged city is a task unlike any other in archaeology. It is expensive, dangerous, and fraught with ethical dilemmas. Every decision made could shape not only our understanding of the past, but also how future generations remember this once great civilization. The first priority would be preservation. Atlantis, having lain undisturbed for over 12,000 years, would be a fragile site. Strong currents, marine life, and even the act of diving itself could disturb or damage the ruins. Archaeologists would need to stabilize structures before conducting large-scale excavations. This might involve using underwater scaffolding, protective netting, or sediment shields to prevent collapse. The goal would be to document the site in its original state as thoroughly as possible before any physical removal of artifacts takes place. High-tech mapping would be the cornerstone of this effort. Photogrammetry and 3D laser scanning would allow researchers to create a complete digital model of Atlantis, capturing every stone and artifact in situ. This virtual reconstruction would serve as both a research tool and a public resource, allowing people around the world to explore the city without disturbing it. Some experts argue that such virtual preservation should be prioritized over physically raising artifacts, ensuring that the city remains intact for future generations and for future, more advanced excavation methods. But there would be pressure to bring artifacts to the surface. Museums, universities, and private collectors would clamor for a piece of history, literally. Governments would have to create strict regulations to prevent looting and to ensure that all recovered items are catalogued, studied, and preserved. International law, such as the UNESCO Convention on the Protection of Underwater Cultural Heritage, would likely come into play, setting guidelines for what can and cannot be removed. The temptation to recover spectacular items, statues, jewelry, perhaps even inscriptions, would be great, but so would the risk of disturbing the delicate archaeological context. Funding would be another major issue. Excavating a submerged city is one of the most expensive endeavors imaginable. Specialized ships, ROVs, diving teams, and laboratories would all be required. Governments might step in to finance the effort, but private sponsorships would likely play a role too, raising questions about commercial interests. Would companies seek to profit from the find, selling exclusive footage or tourism rights? Would wealthy donors expect artifacts to be displayed in their home countries rather than where they were discovered? Tourism would present its own challenges. The desire to visit the site would be overwhelming, and the economic potential enormous. But opening Atlantis to mass tourism could destroy it. A balance would need to be struck between allowing limited, controlled access, perhaps through submersible tours or virtual reality experiences, and keeping the site protected. Lessons from fragile sites like Pompeii and Machu Picchu could guide how to manage public access without causing irreparable harm. The scientific goals of the excavation would be immense. Researchers would seek to answer key questions. How old is the city? Who built it? What caused its destruction? Was it wiped out in a single cataclysm or gradually abandoned as the seas rose? Every artifact, every soil sample, every structural measurement would bring us closer to understanding the story. DNA analysis of any human remains could reveal the genetic heritage of the Atlanteans and show where their descendants may have gone after the catastrophe. There would also be philosophical and cultural considerations. Atlantis belongs not just to the country nearest to it, but to humanity as a whole. The city's ruins represent a shared heritage, one that transcends borders, languages, and ideologies. Decisions about how to study and display the findings would need to involve international committees, perhaps under the oversight of UNESCO or a similar global body. The goal should be to ensure that the knowledge gained benefits all of humanity, not just a select few. Ethical questions would arise regarding the treatment of human remains, if any are found. Should they be left undisturbed as a kind of underwater memorial, or brought up for study and eventual reburial? What rituals or ceremonies, if any, should accompany such actions? Respecting the memory of a lost people would be as important as studying them. There is also the risk of sensationalism. The discovery of Atlantis would inevitably attract pseudoscience, conspiracy theories, and wild speculation. Researchers would need to communicate clearly and transparently, sharing data openly to prevent misinformation from spreading. Public education campaigns could help distinguish legitimate science from unfounded claims, ensuring that the true story of Atlantis is not overshadowed by fantasy. Ultimately, excavating Atlantis will be a test of humanity's maturity. Are we capable of approaching such a discovery with respect, patience, and wisdom? Or will we repeat the mistakes of the past, exploiting what we find rather than learning from it? The fate of Atlantis itself, a civilization said to have fallen because of arrogance and greed, would serve as a haunting parallel. How we handle its rediscovery may say as much about us as the ruins do about them. In the next section, we will explore what secrets Atlantis might actually hold, the kinds of artifacts, inscriptions, and technologies that could revolutionize our understanding of human history if they are ever recovered from the deep. If Atlantis is truly discovered and systematically excavated, it could become the most important archaeological site in human history, not just because it confirms a myth, but because of what it might reveal about the past. For thousands of years, we have imagined what might lie beneath the waves: temples, palaces, inscriptions, and technologies far ahead of their time. The reality could be even more astonishing. Every stone, artifact, and scrap of writing has the potential to rewrite what we think we know about human civilization. The most sought-after finds would undoubtedly be inscriptions or written records. Plato described Atlantis as a literate society with laws, history, and religion. If any of those texts survived, etched into stone tablets, engraved on metal, or even painted on durable ceramics, they could offer a first-person account of Atlantean life. We could learn their language, read their myths, and understand their philosophy and science directly from the source. Such a discovery would be the equivalent of finding a lost library, a Rosetta Stone for an entire forgotten world. Architecture would also speak volumes. The layout of the city could tell us how advanced their urban planning was. Plato described concentric rings of land and water connected by bridges and canals, a design both practical and symbolic. If archaeologists find this exact layout preserved on the seafloor, it would be definitive proof that Plato's account was not merely allegorical. Detailed study of the stonework could reveal how they quarried, transported, and assembled massive blocks. Were they using tools similar to those of the Bronze Age, or something far more sophisticated? The level of precision might force us to reconsider what ancient humans were capable of achieving. Artifacts of daily life would provide an intimate window into Atlantean society. Pottery, tools, jewelry, and household items would tell us what materials they used and what level of craftsmanship they possessed. Were they working with bronze or copper, or had they mastered iron earlier than we thought? Plato mentioned orichalcum, a mysterious metal said to gleam like fire. If samples of this alloy are found, metallurgists could analyze it, perhaps even recreating it and unlocking its properties, a discovery that could bridge myth and science in a single moment. Religious and ceremonial objects might also be found. Statues of their gods, altars, and sacred symbols could reveal what they believed about the cosmos, life, and death. We might discover whether their myths of floods and catastrophes were commemorated in ritual, perhaps serving as warnings to future generations. Such finds could shed light on the spiritual dimension of Atlantean life, showing whether they were a society focused on conquest, harmony, or something entirely different. One of the most tantalizing possibilities is that we might uncover technology, devices or mechanisms that seem out of place for their time. While this idea is often dismissed as fantasy, there are historical precedents. The Antikythera mechanism, discovered in a shipwreck off Greece, turned out to be a sophisticated analog computer over 2,000 years old, capable of predicting celestial events. If a civilization existed thousands of years before that, who knows what kinds of tools or machines they might have created? Even simple mechanisms like geared calendars or advanced navigation instruments would prove that humans possessed technical knowledge long before it reappeared in the historical record. There's also the possibility of discovering evidence of their downfall: tsunami deposits, burned layers, or mass graves that tell the story of their final day. These clues could confirm whether Atlantis was destroyed by earthquakes, floods, or some combination of catastrophes. They could also answer the question of whether the Atlanteans had time to flee or were caught completely off guard. Finding personal items, jewelry clutched in skeletal hands, food still sitting in storage jars, would give a hauntingly human touch to the story. And what if Atlantis contained a central archive, a place where its people deliberately stored their knowledge to survive the coming disaster? Many ancient myths speak of halls of records, underground chambers said to contain the wisdom of the ancients. If such a place were found, it could change everything. We might learn the history of the Ice Age world, discover lost sciences, or even gain insight into cycles of catastrophe that could threaten us again in the future. Of course, we must temper our expectations. The ocean is a harsh environment, and much may have been lost to time, currents, and decay. But even fragmentary remains could tell us an incredible amount about who the Atlanteans were. Each discovery would be analyzed, catalogued, and compared with sites around the world, potentially linking Atlantis to other ancient cultures and proving that humanity's story is far more interconnected than we ever realized. What we might learn from Atlantis goes beyond history. It touches on identity. To uncover a civilization that predates all others would challenge the way we see ourselves. We would no longer be the pinnacle of human development, but the latest chapter in a much older saga. Their triumphs would inspire us, and their mistakes would warn us. Perhaps the greatest treasure Atlantis could give us is not gold or technology, but perspective, a reminder that civilizations rise and fall, and that we hold the power to shape our future. In the next section, we will explore that very idea, the lessons Atlantis might teach us about survival, resilience, and the cycles of history, and how we might avoid sharing its fate. If the ruins of Atlantis were uncovered tomorrow, The find would not only confirm a legend but also present humanity with a profound question. What does this mean for us today? The story of Atlantis is not merely one of wonder. It is also a cautionary tale. Plato's dialogues present Atlantis as a great power that grew arrogant, overextended itself, and was punished by nature or the gods. Whether we see that as literal divine retribution or poetic metaphor, the underlying message is clear. Civilizations can fall, and they often fall when they believe themselves invincible. One of the first lessons Atlantis might teach us is the danger of hubris. Plato described the Atlanteans as a noble people who eventually became greedy, ambitious, and corrupt, seeking to dominate the known world. Their moral decline, he wrote, led to their destruction. For modern society, this resonates powerfully. We live in an age of immense technological power, global reach, and unprecedented control over nature. And yet, we also live on the edge of ecological crisis, with rising seas, melting ice caps, and changing weather patterns threatening our stability. The parallel is uncanny. Atlantis could remind us that no matter how advanced we become, we are still at the mercy of the planet's forces, and that arrogance in the face of those forces can be fatal. Another crucial lesson is about climate vulnerability. If Atlantis was truly destroyed by the sea, then it stands as the ultimate example of what happens when civilizations fail to adapt to environmental change. Sea level rise at the end of the Ice Age would have inundated coastlines worldwide. Today, we face a similar threat as climate change accelerates the melting of polar ice. Coastal cities from Miami to Mumbai may face flooding within this century. Atlantis might not just be history. It could be prophecy, showing us what happens when the waters come and we are unprepared. The story also speaks to the importance of resilience and knowledge preservation. If survivors of Atlantis did indeed spread across the world, carrying with them fragments of their knowledge, then humanity owes its latest civilizations, Egypt, Mesopotamia, the Indus Valley, to their determination to rebuild. This suggests that even in the face of total collapse, human ingenuity can endure. The lesson for us is clear. We must ensure that, should disaster strike, our knowledge and culture are not lost. Digital archives, libraries, and teaching traditions become even more important when viewed through the lens of a civilization that once fell and had to start again. Atlantis may also teach us about balance, the need to harmonize technological progress with spiritual and moral development. Many interpretations of the Atlantis myth see it as a warning that technology without wisdom leads to disaster. Whether or not the Atlanteans wielded advanced energy sources or powerful machines, the message is the same. A society that becomes too focused on power and conquest risks losing its soul. Our world today faces a similar challenge, as technology races ahead of ethics, from artificial intelligence to genetic engineering. Atlantis might remind us that unchecked power carries a price. The cyclical nature of history is another key theme. If Atlantis represents an earlier cycle of civilization, its destruction may mark the end of one age and the beginning of another. Many ancient cultures, from the Maya to the Hindus, speak of world ages that end in cataclysm, only for a new era to arise. Understanding that we may be part of such a cycle could inspire humility and caution. It could also offer hope, reminding us that even if collapse comes, renewal is possible. The rise of civilization after the Ice Age may not have been a beginning from zero but a rebirth, proof that humanity can recover and even surpass its former glory. There is also a political lesson. Plato's Atlantis was not a democracy but a powerful empire. Its fall could be read as a warning about the dangers of centralized power and unchecked imperial ambition. Modern empires, whether military, economic, or technological, might heed this warning carefully. History shows that every empire eventually falls. The question is whether it falls gracefully or in catastrophe. Atlantis might encourage nations to seek cooperation over conquest to avoid repeating the cycle of rise, hubris, and collapse. Finally, the rediscovery of Atlantis would challenge us to confront our shared humanity. It would remind us that we are all part of the same story, descendants of survivors who weathered unimaginable trials. This could foster a sense of global unity, encouraging us to work together against modern threats like climate change, pandemics, and resource depletion. If an entire civilization could vanish beneath the waves, then our division seems small by comparison. Atlantis could become a symbol not just of loss but of potential, a rallying point for building a future worthy of our ancestors' memory. In this sense, the greatest gift Atlantis could offer might not be its artifacts or its secrets, but its warning. It could wake us up to the fragility of what we have built and the need to guard it carefully. It could inspire a new era of responsibility, an age of reflection, where we choose to steer away from the mistakes of the past. And if we take that lesson to heart, perhaps we will ensure that our cities do not one day lie at the bottom of the sea, waiting for some future civilization to rediscover them. In the next section, we will explore how the discovery of Atlantis could inspire future exploration of both our own planet and the stars, igniting a new age of discovery and curiosity driven by the realization that we are part of a much older, deeper cosmic story. The rediscovery of Atlantis would not just transform our understanding of the past, it could also propel us into a new era of exploration and innovation. Throughout history, great discoveries have ignited golden ages of curiosity. The unearthing of Troy spurred a century of archaeological research across the Mediterranean. The decoding of the Rosetta Stone opened the door to Egyptology. The discovery of Atlantis could do the same on a global scale, inspiring a generation to look beyond the horizon, dig deeper beneath the waves, and even reach for the stars. The first wave of inspiration would come in the form of renewed interest in the oceans. The vast majority of Earth's seafloor remains unexplored, and Atlantis would prove that what lies beneath is not just geological, it is historical. Governments, universities, and private organizations would likely invest heavily in oceanographic research, building new research vessels, developing better submersibles, and training a new generation of marine archaeologists. The quest to map and understand the oceans might finally receive the same urgency and funding as space exploration. Such efforts could lead to discoveries beyond Atlantis. Entire drowned coastlines, forgotten trade networks, and Ice Age settlements could be revealed, giving us a picture of a world that existed before the seas rose. This would fundamentally expand our knowledge of human migration, culture, and innovation. The oceans would no longer be seen as empty voids but as massive archives of history, holding the remnants of lost chapters of humanity. Atlantis might also spark a renaissance in the sciences. The multidisciplinary approach required to study a submerged civilization, combining archaeology, genetics, geology, climatology, and engineering, could inspire new collaborations and breakthroughs. Technologies developed for underwater excavation might find applications elsewhere, from offshore engineering to disaster recovery. The need to carefully document and preserve Atlantis could drive advances in 3D modeling, robotics, and remote sensing. The philosophical and cultural impact would be equally profound. The realization that we are not the first advanced civilization could inspire humanity to see itself as part of a much longer continuum. This might encourage a deeper sense of stewardship for our planet and our history. People may feel more compelled to protect fragile environments, knowing that past civilizations were undone by environmental shifts. Museums, schools, and media outlets would rush to create programs about Atlantis, sparking a global conversation about what it means to be human. There could even be implications for space exploration. If Atlantis represents a lost golden age of Earth, its rediscovery might inspire humanity to avoid repeating its mistakes and to expand its horizons beyond the planet. Just as the Apollo missions were partly motivated by a desire to push the limits of human achievement, the revelation of an advanced Ice Age civilization might drive us to ensure that our species survives any future catastrophes by becoming multiplanetary. In this sense, Atlantis could become a symbol not of loss but of aspiration, a reminder that great civilizations can fall but also rise again, higher than before. This renewed curiosity could extend to other ancient mysteries as well. Sites like Göbekli Tepe, Puma Punku, and Nan Madol might receive fresh scrutiny, re-examined in light of what we learned from Atlantis. Connections between distant cultures might be re-evaluated, and global timelines redrawn. The very framework of archaeology could shift from a regional focus to a more integrated, planetary perspective, one that considers humanity's story as a whole rather than as isolated fragments. The public would play a major role in this new age of discovery. With live-stream dives, virtual reality tours, and open-access databases, ordinary people could follow the excavation of Atlantis in real time. This democratization of discovery would inspire students, artists, and thinkers worldwide. Just as the images from Mars rovers have inspired millions, so too could the first clear views of Atlantis streets and temples. The result might be a surge in interest in science, history, and exploration, with young people motivated to pursue careers in these fields. The cultural impact would also manifest in art, music, and literature. Atlantis would become a symbol of mystery solved, of truth emerging from the depths. Writers would craft new epics, filmmakers would create sweeping historical dramas, and composers might write symphonies inspired by the rise and fall of the lost civilization. This artistic flourishing could mirror the way past discoveries, from Pompeii to Tutankhamun's tomb, fueled waves of creative expression. Yet this new age of discovery would also carry responsibility. The temptation to sensationalize or commercialize Atlantis could lead to exploitation or rushed conclusions. Scientists and educators would need to strike a balance between sharing discoveries with the public and maintaining scholarly rigor. The goal should be to inspire curiosity without distorting the truth, ensuring that Atlantis serves as a bridge to deeper understanding, not just a spectacle. Ultimately, the rediscovery of Atlantis would remind humanity that there is still so much left to explore, not just in the distant reaches of space, but here on our own planet. It would reignite the sense of wonder that drives all great exploration, encouraging us to keep asking questions, keep searching, and keep imagining what else might lie hidden, waiting for us to find it. In the next section, we will look at how this discovery could transform global culture, reshaping religion, philosophy, politics, and even our sense of destiny as a species. The confirmation of Atlantis would not simply be a historical discovery. It would trigger a cultural and spiritual reckoning across the globe. Myths would become history, and history would become far older and more complex than we ever imagined. This would have far-reaching consequences for religion, philosophy, and the way humanity sees itself. The world would experience not just intellectual excitement, but an emotional and spiritual awakening. For centuries, major religions and spiritual traditions have spoken of a time before the Great Flood, an antediluvian world wiped away in a global cataclysm. The rediscovery of Atlantis would provide tangible evidence that such a world really existed. For some believers, this would serve as confirmation of their scriptures. The biblical story of Noah, the Sumerian tale of Utnapishtim, and countless indigenous flood legends would suddenly seem less allegorical and more like preserved memories of real events. Theologians might re-examine sacred texts with fresh eyes, seeking clues that point to Atlantis as the setting for humanity's earliest chapters. Philosophically, the impact would be enormous. For centuries, humanity has believed that civilization began only about 6,000 years ago, with the rise of Sumer and Egypt. The discovery of Atlantis would shatter that timeline, proving that we are part of a much longer continuum. This could change our sense of destiny, encouraging us to think in cycles rather than linear progressions. If advanced civilizations have risen and fallen before, then our current era is not the pinnacle of human development, but one chapter in a much larger story. This realization might inspire both humility and urgency. Humility because we are not as unprecedented as we thought, and urgency because history shows that great civilizations can dissipate. The cultural shockwaves would also affect national identities. Many countries take pride in being the cradle of civilization, but Atlantis would reframe that narrative, suggesting that all cultures share a common ancestor. This could be a unifying force, reminding us that we are all heirs to the same forgotten past. On the other hand, it might challenge certain cultural narratives or nationalist claims about origins, leading to debate and perhaps even conflict over who gets to claim Atlantis as part of their heritage. The rediscovery could also inspire a revival of ancient wisdom traditions. Practices once dismissed as superstition, star lore, sacred geometry, ancient healing methods, might be re-evaluated in light of what is learned from Atlantean sites. If evidence shows that Atlantis had advanced understanding of astronomy, medicine, or energy, modern researchers would be eager to rediscover and perhaps replicate that knowledge. This could create a cultural movement that blends science with spirituality, seeking to harmonize technological progress with the deeper insights of the past. Artists, writers, and filmmakers would find in Atlantis a wellspring of inspiration. Epic novels, blockbuster films, and symphonies would attempt to capture the drama of its rise and fall. Museums would create massive exhibitions showcasing the finds, turning Atlantis into the centerpiece of a new cultural fascination. For years, the story of its rediscovery would dominate public consciousness, shaping art, music, and popular media worldwide. Atlantis would also become a symbol, a metaphor for resilience and for the fragility of human achievement. Activists might invoke it as a warning against environmental destruction, urging humanity not to repeat the mistakes of the past. Educators might use it as a tool to teach about climate change, sustainability, and the importance of preserving knowledge. Its image could be found on posters, murals, and monuments, reminding us daily of the civilization that came before us and the responsibility we bear to protect our own. The spiritual dimension might be the most profound of all. Many people today feel disconnected from the past, from nature, and from a sense of cosmic purpose. Atlantis could change that by reminding us that we are part of a grand, ancient story, that our struggles, our triumphs, and even our potential downfalls are part of a repeating pattern. This could inspire a collective shift toward deeper meaning, encouraging movements focused on consciousness, ethics, and the pursuit of wisdom rather than just technological progress. But cultural change is rarely smooth. The rediscovery of Atlantis could also create division. Some religious groups might reject the findings if they conflict with their interpretations of sacred texts. Conspiracy theorists might spread fear, claiming that hidden powers are suppressing the full truth of Atlantis technology or its warnings. Governments might even control or limit access to the information, sparking public mistrust and calls for transparency. The struggle over what Atlantis means could become a defining cultural debate of the century. In the end, though, The rediscovery would likely unite more than it divides. Humanity has always been drawn to shared myths, and Atlantis is perhaps the most universal of them all. Its confirmation would give us a common origin story, one that transcends borders, faiths, and ideologies. It would remind us that we have survived cataclysm before and that we can do so again, provided we'll learn from the past. In the next section, we will explore how this newfound unity and curiosity could influence global politics, alliances, and priorities, potentially ushering in a new era of cooperation driven by our shared connection to the ancient world. The discovery of Atlantis would not only reshape science and culture, it would shake the foundations of global politics. Few events in modern history could rival its impact on international relations. The confirmation of a lost Ice Age civilization would immediately raise questions of ownership, control, and stewardship. It would ignite both competition and cooperation among nations, as governments rush to claim a role in studying, protecting, and perhaps profiting from the ruins. This geopolitical earthquake could change the way nations interact for decades to come. The first political challenge would be jurisdiction. If Atlantis were located in international waters, it would fall under maritime law, a gray area that often leads to disputes over salvage rights and resource extraction. The United Nations, through UNESCO and the International Seabed Authority, would likely step in to declare the site a protected World Heritage Zone. This would prevent private corporations or treasure hunters from looting it, but it might also spark tension with nations that want priority access to its riches or prestige. If the ruins were found within a country's exclusive economic zone, EZ, that nation would suddenly possess what could be the most valuable archaeological site on Earth. This would give it immense cultural and diplomatic leverage. The host nation might choose to control access, invite international teams, or even monetize exploration rights through tourism and media deals. Such decisions would be politically sensitive, as the world would demand transparency and equitable access to the site's findings. International cooperation could flourish under the right circumstances. Just as the International Space Station brought together former rivals for a shared mission, Atlantis could become a collaborative project involving scientists, engineers, and historians from across the globe. Joint expeditions could be organized under a neutral governing body, with findings published openly to benefit all of humanity. This could usher in a new era of scientific diplomacy, where nations compete less for dominance and more for the prestige of contributing to a historic breakthrough. But competition could be fierce as well. The potential for valuable artifacts, advanced technologies, or even unknown resources could tempt nations to act unilaterally. Military protection of the site might be required to prevent unauthorized access or sabotage. Rival countries might accuse one another of hoarding discoveries or withholding crucial data. In a worst-case scenario, geopolitical tensions could escalate into open confrontation over who controls Atlantis and what secrets it yields. The discovery would also have significant economic implications. Tourism to the region would likely skyrocket, boosting local economies but also creating security and environmental challenges. Salvage operations, even if carefully managed, could bring in billions in revenue from museum exhibits, documentaries, and licensing. Some might see Atlantis as a global asset that should be managed for the benefit of all, while others might argue that the host nation has sovereign rights to profit from it. Global priorities could shift as well. The rediscovery of a lost civilization might inspire governments to invest more in archaeology, oceanography, and historical research, seeing them as fields of strategic importance. New funding streams could flow into deep-sea technology, remote sensing, and genetic analysis. Education systems might place greater emphasis on history and anthropology, sparking a renaissance in the humanities as people seek to understand their newly extended past. The geopolitical ripple effects could even extend to global governance. Calls might grow for an international treaty on the protection of underwater cultural heritage, strengthening laws against looting and encouraging cooperation in future discoveries. Atlantis could become a model for how humanity handles shared resources, a test case for whether we can prioritize knowledge and preservation over profit and power. At the same time, the discovery could fuel nationalistic pride. Countries with cultural or geographical ties to Atlantis, whether real or claimed, might incorporate it into their national identity. Political leaders could use a rediscovery to inspire unity, invoking Atlantis as a symbol of ancient greatness. Others might use it as a rallying cry for sovereignty, insisting that outsiders keep their hands off what they consider their heritage. These competing narratives could create diplomatic friction even as they inspire cultural revival. Religious and ideological movements would also weigh in. Some might argue that Atlantis' fall was a moral warning and call for a global return to spiritual values. Others could frame it as proof of humanity's cyclical destiny, using it to justify particular philosophies or political agendas. The ruins could become a site of pilgrimage, attracting not only tourists but spiritual seekers, further complicating how it is managed. Media coverage would intensify these dynamics. Every artifact recovered, every inscription deciphered would make headlines. Governments would feel pressure to release findings quickly, lest they be accused of hiding information. Transparency would become a key diplomatic issue, with international watchdogs demanding open access to data and research results. Failure to meet these expectations could lead to public outcry and mistrust. In a more optimistic scenario, Atlantis could serve as a catalyst for global unity. Its rediscovery could remind humanity that we share a common past, that before there were nations, there were only people striving to survive and thrive together. Leaders might seize the opportunity to promote peace, cooperation, and environmental stewardship, framing Atlantis as both a cautionary tale and a symbol of hope. In this way, the lost city could become not just a site of ruins but a beacon for a new kind of politics. Whether Atlantis leads to conflict or cooperation will depend on the choices we make. Will we repeat the mistakes of the past, fighting over resources and power until everything collapses again? Or will we learn from history and approach this discovery as a chance to come together? The answer to that question may define the next century of human history. In the next section, we will explore what this discovery would mean for science on a broader scale. Not just archaeology, but technology, medicine, and our understanding of human potential. The discovery and study of Atlantis would not only transform history books, it could revolutionize science itself. Each artifact, structure, and piece of data recovered from the site would become a clue, potentially sparking innovations in engineering, materials science, medicine, and beyond. Just as the rediscovery of ancient Greek texts fueled the Renaissance, the excavation of Atlantis could ignite a new scientific revolution, propelling humanity into an era of unprecedented understanding. One of the first scientific frontiers would be materials analysis. If Plato's description of orichalcum, the legendary metal said to gleam like fire, proves accurate, metallurgists would work tirelessly to analyze its composition. Was it an alloy we already know, like brass, or something entirely new? The discovery of an unknown metal or metallurgical process could transform modern industry, leading to stronger, lighter, or more conductive materials. These findings might have applications in everything from aerospace engineering to renewable energy technologies. Architecture and engineering could benefit as well. If Atlantis structures show evidence of construction techniques that allowed them to withstand earthquakes or floods, modern urban planners would study those methods to improve our own resilience. Sophisticated drainage systems, advanced harbor designs, or unique structural reinforcements could offer solutions to today's challenges with coastal cities and climate adaptation. Engineers would be eager to replicate any techniques that allowed the Atlanteans to thrive in a maritime environment for centuries. Medical science could also see breakthroughs. If human remains are recovered in sufficient condition, researchers could analyze their DNA for clues about health, longevity, and disease resistance. Ancient pathogens might be identified, teaching us about the evolution of diseases and potentially guiding modern medicine in developing new treatments. The diet, lifestyle, and physical condition of the Atlanteans could provide valuable data on how early humans maintained health, or what ailments plagued them. This information might help us tackle modern health crises by understanding what has changed in the human genome over millennia. Scientific attention would also focus on Atlantean agriculture. Plato described Atlantis as highly fertile, with sophisticated irrigation systems and multiple harvests per year. Archaeobotanists would study pollen, seeds, and plant remains to learn what crops were grown and how they were cultivated. This could reveal forgotten strains of grains or vegetables, potentially reintroducing ancient foods that are more nutritious or climate-resilient than modern varieties. With global food security becoming a pressing issue, the agricultural practices of Atlantis might offer sustainable solutions for the future. Perhaps the most tantalizing possibility is that Atlantis might contain evidence of technologies we do not expect from an Ice Age civilization. The discovery of advanced tools, astronomical instruments, or even mechanical devices could rewrite our understanding of technological history. The Antikythera mechanism already proved that ancient people were capable of constructing complex geared devices thousands of years earlier than we thought possible. Imagine finding something like that, but twice as old. Even a simple instrument for navigation or measuring time could be revolutionary in proving that maritime technology existed far earlier than recorded. Climatology and geology would benefit enormously from studying Atlantis. Sediment cores taken from around the site could reveal detailed records of climate change, sea level rise, and catastrophic events like tsunamis or volcanic eruptions. This would not only confirm the timeline of Atlantis' destruction, but also provide a valuable dataset for understanding how Earth systems respond to rapid change. Such knowledge could improve climate models and help predict future scenarios as we face our own environmental crises. The study of Atlantis would also encourage technological innovation simply by necessity. To excavate a city beneath the ocean safely and precisely, researchers would need to develop new kinds of submersibles, robotic excavators, and data processing tools. These technologies could later be used for deep-sea mining, environmental monitoring, or even planetary exploration. The challenges of working in the ocean's depths are not so different from those of working on the Moon or Mars, meaning that the techniques perfected during the study of Atlantis could help prepare us for interplanetary archaeology one day. There is also the psychological and cultural impact of scientific discovery to consider. Knowledge recovered from Atlantis could inspire a generation of scientists and engineers, much like the Apollo missions inspired a generation of space explorers. Schools and universities might create entire programs dedicated to Atlantean studies, blending archaeology, history, and hard sciences. The excitement of working on the greatest mystery ever solved would attract top talent and funding, accelerating innovation across disciplines. Of course, not every find would be revolutionary. Some discoveries would simply confirm what we already know about ancient societies. But even these would be valuable, providing context and helping us build a more complete picture of human development. The real power of Atlantis lies in its potential to connect disparate threads of history and science, to show us that human knowledge has deep roots and that the quest to understand the world is as old as humanity itself. In the next section, we will turn to the human side of the story, The emotional and philosophical impact that such a discovery would have on individuals and societies, and how it might change the way we see ourselves and our place in the cosmos. The rediscovery of Atlantis would be more than an academic milestone or a scientific breakthrough. It would be an event with deep emotional resonance for billions of people. The idea that an advanced civilization thrived and was destroyed more than 12,000 years ago challenges not just what we know but how we feel about who we are. It would force humanity to confront questions about identity, destiny, and the very meaning of civilization. This reckoning would unfold in homes, classrooms, religious institutions, and political arenas, sparking reflection, debate, and perhaps even a collective awakening. At a personal level, the discovery would stir feelings of awe and wonder. People around the world would look at the images of Atlantis streets and temples and feel a strange connection, as though meeting long-lost ancestors. The ruins would remind us that we are not the first to build, dream, and aspire to greatness. This could instill a sense of humility, a recognition that our achievements, impressive as they are, rest on a much deeper foundation than we ever realized. It might also inspire pride, as humanity discovers that its story is older and grander than we imagined. But there would also be grief. To see a city that once teemed with life now lying in silence on the ocean floor would be to confront the reality of impermanence. The knowledge that an entire civilization, with its art, music, love stories, and struggles, vanished almost overnight would be sobering. Some might feel a sense of mourning, as if a piece of our collective soul has been missing for thousands of years and has only now been found. This grief could serve as a catalyst for reflection, encouraging us to consider what we are leaving behind for future generations. Philosophically, Atlantis would force us to reconsider the linear narrative of progress that dominates modern thought. The common belief that humanity has been on an unbroken upward climb from primitive cave dwellers to modern technological society would be shattered. Instead, we would see history as cyclical. Civilizations rise, flourish, and fall, sometimes leaving little trace. This realization could inspire both caution and resilience. Caution because it reminds us that we are not immune to collapse, and resilience because it proves that we can rebuild and thrive even after catastrophe. Existential questions would emerge as well. If Atlantis was destroyed by natural forces, comet impacts, earthquakes, or rising seas, then it would underscore humanity's vulnerability to cosmic and planetary events. This could create a renewed sense of urgency to protect our world, monitor threats from space, and develop contingency plans for global disasters. If, on the other hand, Atlantis fell due to internal corruption or hubris, it would force us to look inward and ask whether we are repeating their mistakes. Are we also building a civilization destined to destroy itself through greed, conflict, or ecological collapse? Religious and spiritual movements would grapple with the implications. Some faiths might see Atlantis as confirmation of their teachings about pre-flood worlds and divine judgment. Others might struggle with integrating a newly discovered civilization into their cosmology. New spiritual movements might even emerge, focused on reviving Atlantean wisdom or interpreting its rediscovery as a sign of a new age. For many, Atlantis could become a symbol of renewal, proof that after destruction comes rebirth, and that humanity can rise again stronger than before. Psychologically, the discovery could have a unifying effect. People might feel a shared kinship, knowing that we are all descendants of survivors of an ancient catastrophe. This could foster a sense of global identity, breaking down barriers of race, nation, and creed. If Atlantis was truly a maritime empire connecting continents, then its rediscovery would remind us that humanity has been interconnected for far longer than we thought. This realization might inspire greater cooperation in tackling shared challenges such as climate change, poverty, and conflict. At the same time, Atlantis could challenge humanity's sense of exceptionalism. The notion that we are the first and only advanced civilization might be replaced with the possibility that others came before, and that we, too, could someday be forgotten. This could create an existential crisis for some, but for others, it might be liberating, showing that we are part of a vast, repeating pattern in which creation and destruction are natural phases of existence. The arts and humanities would likely flourish in response. Writers, filmmakers, and philosophers would explore themes of memory, loss, and renewal, weaving Atlantis into the collective imagination as a symbol of both tragedy and hope. Universities might create entire disciplines devoted to Atlantean studies, not just to understand the lost civilization but to explore its lessons for our future. Public discourse might become richer, more reflective, as people debate how to avoid repeating the cycle of hubris and collapse. Children growing up in a post-Atlantis discovery world would have a different view of history. They would learn not just about Mesopotamia, Egypt, and China, but about a civilization that predates them all, a civilization that fell, leaving behind a warning. This could cultivate a deeper sense of stewardship, encouraging them to protect what humanity has built so it does not share the same fate. Ultimately, the rediscovery of Atlantis would confront humanity with its own mortality. Civilizations, like individuals, are not immortal. But rather than leading to despair, this realization could inspire a renewed determination to live meaningfully, to build wisely, and to create a legacy that endures. The ruins of Atlantis might become a global shrine, not just to what was lost, but to what can still be saved. In the next section, we will explore how this emotional and philosophical reckoning might influence global priorities, inspiring new movements in education, ethics, and sustainability designed to ensure that our civilization does not become the next Atlantis. The rediscovery of Atlantis would be a wake-up call, a reminder that civilizations can fall, and that the choices we make today will determine whether we share the same fate. If taken seriously, it could inspire sweeping changes in education, ethics, and global priorities. Humanity would have a rare opportunity to step back, look at the big picture, and decide what kind of future we wish to create. The ruins beneath the waves could become not just a site of archaeology, but a blueprint for renewal. Education would likely be one of the first areas to transform. Schools and universities would incorporate Atlantis into curricula, using it as a springboard to teach history, archaeology, climate science, and philosophy. Lessons would emphasize not just the wonder of a lost civilization, but the warnings it offers. Students might study Atlantis alongside modern examples of societal collapse, from the fall of Rome to the Dust Bowl, to understand the patterns that lead to disaster. This could foster a generation better prepared to recognize and respond to the warning signs of decline. There would also be a renewed focus on teaching systems thinking, the ability to see the interconnectedness of environment, economy, and culture. If Atlantis fell because it ignored the balance between these forces, then our goal would be to ensure that future leaders understand the importance of harmony. Courses on sustainability, resilience, and ethics could become central pillars of education, preparing young people to steward the planet responsibly. The story of Atlantis would no longer be a myth, but a case study in what happens when society loses its way. Ethics would undergo a renaissance as well. Philosophers, theologians, and scientists would gather to interpret the moral lessons of Atlantis' rise and fall. Was its destruction purely natural, or was it partly self-inflicted? If it perished through hubris and overreach, then it serves as a timeless warning about the misuse of power. This could inspire global dialogues on technology ethics, governance, and the limits of human ambition. Issues like artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, and climate manipulation will be debated through the lens of what happened to the last great civilization. In politics, the rediscovery could drive international cooperation. If Atlantis is seen as part of humanity's shared heritage, nations might be more inclined to work together on preserving it and learning from it. This spirit of collaboration could spill over into other global challenges, from climate change to space exploration. The idea that we are all heirs to the same forgotten past might weaken divisions and inspire a sense of planetary citizenship. Cultural priorities could shift toward preservation rather than exploitation. The ruins of Atlantis would remind us that material wealth and technological achievement mean little if they cannot survive catastrophe. This could inspire movements to protect endangered languages, traditions, and ecosystems, ensuring that our own cultural legacy is not lost to future generations. Museums, libraries, and archives might receive renewed funding as humanity strives to safeguard its knowledge. Economically, the discovery might encourage investment in resilience infrastructure. If Atlantis was swallowed by the sea, then coastal cities today might take its fate as a warning and accelerate efforts to adapt to rising sea levels. Governments could prioritize flood defenses, renewable energy, and disaster preparedness, knowing that ignoring these threats could lead to history repeating itself. The ruins beneath the ocean could become powerful symbols in climate campaigns, reminding us of what is at stake. The rediscovery could also shift humanity's collective mindset from short-term thinking to long-term planning. If we now know that civilizations have existed and perished over spans of tens of thousands of years, then our own era becomes part of a much larger story. This might inspire policymakers to think beyond election cycles and business leaders to think beyond quarterly profits. Planning for centuries, even millennia, could become part of the conversation as we work to ensure that our achievements endure. Spiritually, Atlantis could inspire a revival of the search for wisdom. People might turn to philosophy, religion, or new spiritual movements seeking to integrate the lessons of the past. Ceremonies or memorials might be created to honor those who lived and died in Atlantis, reminding us that they were real people, not just figures in a story. The city could become a pilgrimage site for seekers of meaning, much like Mecca, Jerusalem, or the Giza Plateau are today. Art and literature would play a key role in this cultural renewal. Poets might write elegies to Atlantis, musicians might compose symphonies inspired by its fall, and filmmakers could create sweeping epics exploring its history and lessons. These works would help process the emotions stirred by its rediscovery, turning grief into resolve and curiosity into action. Ultimately, the greatest transformation might occur in the collective imagination. Atlantis would become more than just a lost city. It would become a symbol of what humanity could achieve if it learns from its mistakes. It could inspire a vision of a future civilization that is wiser, more compassionate, and more sustainable than any that came before. The ruins would whisper to us across the ages, saying, "Do better this time." In the next section, we will move toward the dramatic conclusion, reflecting on the journey from myth to discovery, from curiosity to understanding, and leaving viewers with a sense of urgency and hope for the future. And so, we come full circle. What began as a single line in Plato's dialogues, a mysterious tale of a lost island swallowed by the sea, has led us on a journey across continents, across oceans, and deep into the human psyche. Atlantis, whether myth or memory, has never stopped calling to us. Its story has haunted our dreams, inspired our legends, and driven generations to search for answers beneath the waves. Now, As we stand on the edge of confirming its reality, we must ask, what does this discovery mean for us now, in the 21st century? The ruins of Atlantis, lying silent on the seafloor, are not just remnants of stone. They are a mirror. In those concentric rings of canals, those shattered temples and buried harbors, we may see the reflection of ourselves. We see our own cities, our own ambitions, our own triumphs, and perhaps our own vulnerability. Atlantis is a reminder that even the mightiest civilization can be brought low, not over centuries, but in the blink of an eye. Its story is not just about them. It is about us. Plato said that Atlantis fell because it grew arrogant, seeking to dominate the world and forgetting the divine laws that had once guided it. Whether or not we accept this as literal truth, the metaphor is potent. Humanity today wields power that would have seemed godlike to our ancestors. We can split the atom, alter the genome, and communicate across the globe instantly. Yet with that power comes peril. The lesson of Atlantis is that unchecked ambition, hubris, and disconnection from nature can lead to catastrophe. The fall of Atlantis is a warning, and perhaps a prophecy. But Atlantis is not just a story of destruction. It is a story of resilience. If, as so many researchers suggest, its survivors scattered across the world, they did not simply vanish into the dark. They rebuilt. They taught. They carried the torch of knowledge through the long night of prehistory until it flared again in Egypt, Mesopotamia, and beyond. This means that we are not just the children of survivors. We are the continuation of Atlantis' dream. Its blood runs in our veins, its memory lingers in our myths, and its wisdom waits to be rediscovered. This is why the search for Atlantis matters. It is not simply about proving a point in an academic debate or finding a lost city to marvel at. It is about reconnecting with the deepest roots of human civilization. To find Atlantis would be to reclaim a part of ourselves that has been missing for thousands of years. It would expand our timeline, deepen our understanding of who we are, and remind us that we are capable of greatness far beyond what we imagine. Imagine, for a moment, the day when the first clear images of Atlantis are released to the world. We see stone streets, collapsed columns, and the faint outline of a grand temple at the city's heart. The world would fall silent, if only for a moment. News anchors would struggle to find words. Children would stare at their screens wide-eyed, and millions would feel a chill as the line between myth and history dissolves before their eyes. In that instant, we would all be united, not as separate nations, but as a species witnessing the rediscovery of its own forgotten past. And then would come the questions. What happened to Atlantis? Could it happen again? Are we repeating the same mistakes? The answers might not be comfortable, but they would be necessary. The memory of Atlantis could become a guiding star, pushing us to build a civilization that learns from the past rather than repeating it. Its ruins could be a monument not just to what was lost, but to what must never be lost again. Wisdom, humility, and respect for the forces greater than ourselves. Atlantis also offers hope. If such a civilization could rise during the last ice age, at a time when much of the world was still locked in glacier, then it means that humanity's potential is far greater than we ever dreamed. It means that civilization is not a fragile miracle that happens once and is gone forever, but a natural flowering of human ingenuity, one that can bloom again and again, even after disaster. We are part of a continuum of builders, dreamers, and survivors. Atlantis proves that no darkness, no flood, no catastrophe can completely erase what it means to be human. The rediscovery of Atlantis would not be the end of the story. It would be the beginning of a new chapter. Scientists would spend decades excavating, studying, and interpreting the site. Philosophers and spiritual leaders would debate its meaning. Artists would immortalize its beauty and tragedy, and ordinary people would be inspired to look deeper into history, into the ocean, and into themselves. Atlantis would remind us that mystery still exists, that there are still secrets waiting to be uncovered, and that we are part of a much larger, more wondrous story than we have been told. In the end, the greatest treasure Atlantis offers may not be its gold, its temples, or even its technology. The greatest treasure is perspective. It shows us that civilization is precious, that knowledge must be preserved, and that progress is not guaranteed. It challenges us to rise above petty divisions and short-term thinking and to build something enduring, something worthy of the legacy we have inherited from those who came before. Perhaps that is why Atlantis has never let go of our imagination. Perhaps, deep down, we know that we are meant to find it, that its rediscovery is a milestone in humanity's journey toward maturity. When we finally stand on the ocean floor, gazing at the ruins of the lost city, we will not just be looking at the past. We will be looking at the future, at what we could become if we choose wisely, or what we might lose if we do not. And so, the story of Atlantis continues. It is no longer just a legend told by Plato, nor just a mystery debated by scholars. It is a call to action, a reminder, a challenge. Atlantis whispers to us across the ages, learn from me. Remember me. Do not let my fate become your own. The choice is ours. Will we heed the warning of the drowned city, building a civilization that respects the balance of nature and the wisdom of history? Or will we ignore it, racing forward until we too become a myth for some future age to rediscover? The ruins wait patiently beneath the waves, silent witnesses to both our past and our possible future. Their story is written in stone, and soon it may be written in us. Atlantis has been found, not only in the depths of the ocean, but in the depths of the human spirit. Its eternal echo reminds us that the search is never truly over, because the real discovery is not just where Atlantis was, but who we are and who we choose to become.